definitely up to something. I think crimes, but they're definitely up to something.
They're definitely crimes.
Who's the person next to Cadha?
Talia.
Talia.
Oh.
That was Gen 1 Talia.
I thought that was
Yeah.
Osov.
No.
No, I didn't know if Talia had any, like, captain hat or anything. So this is just Gen 1.
This is like baby us. I love it. It's great. Yeah.
Does Alfred not have a mohawk anymore?
No.
Yeah.
I grew it out.
How, like, phased out have I been?
Okay, so after the 2 years, so he started growing his the undercut's growing out, and he shortened his beard because he's always kept it longer because Andor had the shorter beard, and since they're twins, he always kept his beard longer so that people could tell them apart right away because Andor has different pronouns. So he shortened his beard over the 2 years. And yeah, let's be honest here. Managing a haircut has been difficult of life. So the undercut is growing out.
How's it difficult? How is keeping a haircut difficult?
Mojo, when's the last time any of our characters ate food?
So the beauty about me is that I don't need to eat food.
Just answer the question instead of being snarky about it. When is the last time any of us ate food?
Ate food? Let's see here.
That wasn't supplied by Sky.
Let's be specific. Let's be specific. Anyone who still eats food. When was the last time you saw any of us eat food?
And we were on the ship heading to Ramnesia.
And how long ago was that?
Exactly.
I don't know. We kept breaking and canceling, so it's been a long time. No, it's fine.
It's not your fault, Jack.
That's not me being angry.
We've all had like life stuff happening recently.
Horns are correct though. I like the horns.
Now you're just trying to make me feel better.
No, the horn. That is legit. His horns. His horn. They're a dark. They're a black, dark purple going into a lighter purple gradient. It's correct.
Oh.
Other boy doesn't
and
have
I really said fuck Flair's helmet.
Why?
I was like,
Show their
I don't want to draw it. I don't want to draw that. I'd much rather draw Flair without the helmet on.
Pretty face. There it is. Yay. I also love the interpretation.
Like literally, I got all the the references, and I just went no heart.
I'm loving the
I mean, the only oh, I
love the curly femme hair that I have.
Even if it is the wrong color.
Okay, but we did campaign 1. I know the lavender tiefling got mentioned. I know you were also Ivory, but I swear purple was more definitive in your character design campain 1, which is when all these got made.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, lavender tiefling, that means purple. That means lavender hair. Boom, bam, done.
I was purely Ivory.
Well, no, I know that your body is ivory, but it was just all like, I see the lavender tiefling. I'm like, okay, I got it. Ivory skin, purple everything else.
It's because I like the color lavender, so I guess that's what the assumption came from.
That's fair.
I was like, what color are your robes?
My robes? The robes are actually white. They're basically temple robes.
Okay, because you know what else is fucking us over? Dionysus is purple in everything.
Yeah. Dionysus
all art
hair, yes.
is purple. So we were fucked from the beginning.
Although I love the blue tint though. I actually think that's way better than just the traditional white.
Well, and especially since your skin is white, if the cloak was white, it would be it would look like it was an incomplete sketch.
Yes, no, I agree. No, I completely agree. This is
And I hate shading white. It's the worst fucking thing for me to shade. I hate it.
But yeah. I think all you would literally for Talia, all you have to do is just give him green eyes, facial hair, and that's it. That's Osaf. That's literally it.
Good to know. I'll keep that in mind.
All right, someone yell at me to do my twist later on, but I gotta go sound check Jackie.
Do your twist tunes.
Can't do two
Wait,
things at once.
So Aver doesn't
Twist
have
tunes.
Aver doesn't have the hot mohawk anymore.
So it
Listen, you
is.
can complain about your
Okay,
boyfriend's
so-
appearance in a bit.
Look, no.
On the
So the
stream.
one I had Tiff draw is the most accurate.
Okay.
It's kind of like it's starting to grow out, but it's not completely shaved down to the skin.
Oh, there's also like a glass ring on Fosso's horn.
Oh, they're boyfriends, Your Honor.
I'm going to commit so many fucking atrocities. I swear to God.
Are we getting art critiques?
I swear to God.
Yes. So Caden threw up his little emoji reactions for us to use since we've had 3 days and a very long nap.
Right.
Yeah.
And these were all drawn like campaign 1. They're
Love it.
old. So
Love it.
yeah.
These are old.
They're
Well,
beautiful.
I will say this. It's three days, yes. But 2 of those days I was at work. And then today, I literally woke up at 8 a.m. I took a shower. It did not take me an hour. So I was out by like 8:30,
I'm a little
8:40.
man.
And then I sat down on the couch, I pulled up my iPad, and then next thing I know, boom, noon. And I was like, what happened? And I fell asleep with wet hair, so of course I wake up and my hair is in all different fucking directions. And I was just like, oh, okay, so that's just how my day's gonna go. Awesome.
I mean, good sir, you don't go and just let your hair go and do as it pleases as you let it dry because you're too lazy to pull out
Not
the
when
wig
I'm
hair?
sleeping.
I'm loving everything right now.
Like, listen, I'll let my hair naturally dry out, but not when I'm sleeping. Because then
Not
it's gonna
for the
be
eepy
all
boy.
sorts of messed up.
No eepies.
Right.
Controlled chaos.
It was
Yeah.
very eepy for some reason. I don't know what happened to me.
Oh no, it's so eepy.
Oh, so eepy.
What is going on in my server?
Your mom.
Oh yeah, Madison, do we
Sorry.
have a Fuji link for you yet?
I was about to
Or
say,
Blondie?
she's not allowed here. She's banned on
Your
all my
mom.
social medias.
So we should be up and live, and I've got y'all pulled up now.
Woo!
Woo! Blondie, I
pull up
need
your
an
stream so I can
image
see
for
how I'm
you.
bouncing.
The EP is sleepy.
I need a Fuji link from Blondie, and I need a Fuji link from Mojo.
Yes.
Shitballs, what
What do you
Fuji
mean?
link?
Ah,
Also, we're allowed to swear, yes?
yes.
What-
I realized this, I just
What
did
Fuji? I'm confused. What Fuji link? I'm confused.
Hey God, let me send it again.
We're allowed to swear.
Listen, you
That's Flair's true priority.
can't
Can I swear?
I'm not
can't
drinking, so we're
remember
I
fine.
sent
what
it
the
again.
order was.
I don't see anything. I'm blind.
There.
They type in.
Have it
I
again.
cannot see.
Okay. I gotta make a login.
Fuck!
Okay, I have to make a
Yes.
login. Hold on.
Hold, please.
This is the brand of organized that we are.
Woo!
No, I hate
The
it.
brain cell? Not here.
Me. Must log into another account.
I love that
Ooh.
we're getting narration from Mojo.
If
Absolutely.
if your little image thing isn't transparent, tell me and I will try to fix it.
Ooh, woo.
My
Okay.
my whittle image is not transparent.
My wibble.
Awesome.
My whittle.
My wibble.
Awesome! I love it.
Well, I can put it into Photoshop very quickly and just get rid of all of the white in it very easily. If that is
Authorized.
Totally fair. I can do that too.
You guys can just do that.
I can do this. Okay,
No.
wait a minute.
Hello.
Hello, Sky.
Oh my gosh!
Do you like
do I just-
Sky.
Sky? I need a Fuji image from you.
Blondie over here is gonna be like,
You
I
made a what?
I need a Fuji link from you.
Uh,
I put an image for you in Discord if you so approve, or if you have another image you want to use.
Okay, where am I looking?
In voice chat shenanigans.
Voice chat shenanigan.
Wait, we're smarter than this. We can just look at the character art page.
Am I the
The cloaky
green
little.
robed
Think
cloaked?
I have knowledge.
Yes.
Ha, you're funny.
If you like that one, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure Styx will make you a better one later, but that is my 5-second doodle. Hi,
You look like-
Chicky. How's it going? Thank
You
you
kinda look like-
for resubscribing.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hold on, I'm gonna fix this.
We love
This image real quick.
E.
Eh.
Let's see. That's not what I meant to do.
Yeah.
Are we
there
all committing to the emotes?
Hold on.
I mean, that's what I'm using for right now,
Gotta-
because that's what I
gotta-
have for Cadha.
Gotta get myself some black hair. Hold on.
Edgelord.
There we go.
Right?
His hair's black. I'm sorry.
It is. It's fine. Doesn't mean he's any less of an edgelord.
Yes, you're right. Absolutely.
We love our token edgelord.
There we go. Alright.
Yeah.
Now.
Do I make the goatee though? That's the thing. That's gonna be hard.
Oh, is the goatee a part of?
So yeah, Vaso has no correction. Vaso has the full beard. Osab has the goatee. Never mind. So we're good. Evil goatee. Evil.
Make that a little bit
Right.
bigger.
Evil goatee. That is
Evil goatee.
important.
Evil.
Make that a
No.
little bigger.
Also, Jackie, did my image not carry over?
Ciao. You have to go into Fuji and you have to save it.
Yeah, I sent it. I sent the new one to you.
You know what's funny?
It
is
gave
that,
me
like,
the same. Hang on.
Did I?
Yeah, it gave me the same image.
this image screams
Let
Aries
me click
vibes.
it again to make sure. Yeah, no, it still sticks.
Cheeseburgers.
There we go. That put little dots in my face. Bam. Now I have a beard.
We're missing Italia.
No, I'm not gonna do that. That's too much effort.
We got a brain set amongst us. I feel like Baloo might be preoccupying our dear.
Most likely.
That's it.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yes.
So letting y'all know
Yes.
Yeah,
that I have come back from the doctor,
Yes.
yeah.
and whatever I did have, in theory, is over,
Good.
and I have residual bronchitis.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oofta.
So they gave me a cough suppressant and steroids, and I apologize if I cough a lot today.
That's alright.
That is what residual bronchitis does to the body.
But I'm gonna do my best.
You're good. You're good. See, okay,
Yeah.
now Delphi is there.
You know what's great about this image? What I love is like, if you look at it from a different perspective, it just looks like a ram. I just look like a ram because like you could make the nose look like that. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
I am down.
You're just making me feel better.
Okay,
No, it's giving like
Delphi's little
Aries.
pop-up is so cute.
It's giving like Aries vibes, and I love it.
I'm very cute.
The
Baby
dog.
Aries vibes. I love it.
Oh, over there.
I think my mic is
Let's
a little
delete the
sensitive.
background.
Will.
I should probably pull up my character sheet.
What the heck is that? No.
That would be wise.
I know, right? I haven't looked at it in a hot minute. Oh, I don't even know where my dice are right
Do
now.
you
To
even
be
use that
entirely
thing
honest.
anymore?
Oh no, there's my dice. I'm fine.
Oh, yes! Not that they do me any good. Twice blessed dice.
I am
Why
once
is it
again asking for everybody's Fuji links.
I don't know what that is. I'm doing something.
Permanent, bardic inspiration. That's what I have.
Okay, so I do this part, and what do I just put these images on to this thing? How do I do
Yep.
this?
Yep.
Yes,
Interactive.
and make sure you
figure?
hit save under each image.
Okay.
Oh wait, we're supposed to be interacting with something?
Yep.
I
Yep.
yes, it's in voice chat shenanigans.
Voice chat.
So how do you know? How do you know when it's active and when it's not active?
When you look onto the server,
Uh-huh.
and you have this very
It's lit up.
lovely little
Yeah.
bounce. If you pulled
Okay.
up Pumpkin stream to go and to verify to see what's happening,
Hold
Right.
on. Give me a
I
second.
think that's my link. Pumpkin.
Alright, let me get Blondie added in.
Hey, yeah, I'm the
Create new
I love the Delphi cheese so much.
Blondie.
Okay, but what do I do?
I see the
Take-
links, but what am I supposed to do with them?
Okay, so you put the link, the image that I like, if you like it or not,
Alright,
and
got
then
image.
yep, you can put it into there, and it'll give you the option to make it like light up or not when you speak.
So big.
Mine was
Well,
auto select.
If you click the Fuji link where I have everyone tagged, it'll walk you right through it.
Oh,
So
hold on.
you just need the link on top. That's it.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh, I see here. So you need this.
See my face, so.
You need this one. Is this what you need?
So-
Hold on.
I have to send you a link
Mm-hmm.
to a thing, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I
There you go.
follow this creator, this little known creator. No, it's just, I don't know if you ever heard Joe Cat,
Mm-mm.
but he's trying out this. They're trying out this thing that makes like a sprite you have
Mhm.
Yee.
read what chat says.
Oh no.
Oh,
like cat.
I'll
like
send
cat
you a link
tapping.
because
Oh
bot.
no. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need that.
well, it's a specific bot, but like basically he has this like what is it? This mascot that's like a little goblin.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And the goblin reads all the chat.
Oh my
So
god.
like
That's...
it reacts to like it's actually speaking and stuff. I'll send you a link to the
Yeah.
I'm
to
gonna
the
see
thing where he talks
that.
about it.
Follow
That sounds
one person.
great.
What's her name? Liana, something like that.
I've
She
seen
has
the
like a little
chat
emote of her
goblin.
dog. That's the chat box thing, and it has like a really dorky voice when it speaks.
I love it though.
Chat dog.
Okay.
And then there's Onigiri. She got one too. I think a lot of like VTubers now are starting to do that.
I mean, if you've got the ability to do it, I
It's
don't
funny.
see why
It's
not.
hilarious.
That too.
That and it's like incentive for like higher tier comments because I think pretty much any of the big YouTubers or VTubers that use it have it's a high tier chat comment that's what the bot reads.
Yeah, you gotta
Did you get-
pay.
Did you get my link?
Give us the monies.
gotta
Oh, I
pay.
see. Hang on.
I sent it to you a message.
I see. I got
We're really gonna be testing out Twitch's copyright things.
Why?
I mean,
Twitch, give us the monies.
How are we testing out the thing?
we make
At any given point in time, we will say a John Mulaney quote.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh wait, is
that's
that a
fine.
cheese? Woo, got a cheese.
Cheese over here. Sorry.
It's okay.
Hey,
So, I made habanero pineapple salsa.
Oh no.
Ooh.
Cheese.
seems like you're regretting that decision now.
I regret putting 4 habanero in my salsa
Oof.
because my mouth is still on fire. Well, okay, first of all, it's not that bad, but then I ate like the last bit of where like all the juice sits. I made bad decisions, okay?
You just had like concentrated hot pepper sauce.
I'm sorry, I just had to
Cheshire,
mute
I'm
myself
gonna
because
beat
I
you
started
up.
choking while laughing.
What?
We don't have regular milk.
Yeah.
Do you got like oat milk?
I have macadamia milk and banana milk, and I tried both, and my mouth is still on fire.
Oh no!
You have macadamia and
Wait, isn't lemon juice also supposed to help?
I don't know.
Who knows?
Do we have
milk.
a
Just milk.
just regular dairy? The thing that cheese is allergic to?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see what you're talking about now.
I mean, you can do lactate.
That works too.
I will
Get yourself some
suffer
ice cream.
and get myself some ice cream. I don't care.
Cheshire, I'm going to.
And
eat
I'm
you
sorry,
up,
I didn't know what time it was because I was still like cutting and everything.
The habaneros made cheese late. That's what happened.
Do you?
No other reason.
Do you hear this criminal?
The criminal?
How is the criminal doing?
The criminal is trying to eat my chapoodle.
Oh no,
He'll
criminal.
do that.
I mean, does the criminal have food?
Of course, the criminal has food.
But does the criminal have Chipotle?
No.
The criminal wants your food.
Exactly. Like, hey.
Do you not get what's going on?
I feel like cilantro is not great for cats.
Probably not. Do you have
Neither is
cilantro on yours?
onions.
It's not
or
great for
pickles.
white
It's
people
Chipotle.
either.
There is cilantro in every
Goddamn.
aspect of Chipotle.
God damn.
Oh, Captain.
I'm confused.
Don't worry about it.
What are we talking about?
Everyone, welcome to the meta. It doesn't apply to you, Cheese. You're not a white person. It's for all the pasty fuckers on here.
You can't just say Paladin down. Paladin down.
Just
Okay.
Sorcerer on his way down. Oh no. Oh god.
I'm like over here trying to swallow food and it just like stopped mid swallow as I'm choking.
You're welcome, I suppose.
I dropped my chopstick.
We've got 2, 3.
Do y'all appreciate the comedy that I'm bringing?
Is
This
Soul joining us
quality
tonight?
content. Soul is unconscious.
I see.
Not
Soul
my
is
brother.
sleepy.
So yeah, I
Not
just
my
need a link
brother.
for Sky then.
Hey. Sorry, give me a minute.
Cheshire. I swear to Cheez-Its.
I love cheese.
Only Cheez-Its?
The holiest of Cheez-Its. I swear to the
Yeah.
holiest of Cheez-Its. I will put
Why
you
is everybody
behind a baby
chitty
gate.
besides me? I want to be chitty.
You got your, if
You
you
got a
update your...
whole detailed character.
I don't have a.
It's in voice chat.
I sent
It's in
yours.
Australian.
I sent yours in chat.
Did you? Okay, first of all, remember I was dying thanks to some,
I know. I'm just letting you know.
That was a choice. That was a choice that you made.
That was a choice on your part. That was your
Sky
decision.
says, I play you the tiniest violin.
We.
Lay down.
Sky says, sorrows, prayers.
So
Lou, this is my food. Go away.
trust me, you don't want to get.
Cheshire, why?
Baloo, do you want habaneros?
No.
Well, no, I don't have habanero.
Ow.
It's just a quesadilla. A tiny quesadilla.
Just with... Did you take your Lactaid?
Oh, I should have lactate.
I don't.
Yeah,
take
I
lactate.
forgot to get that.
Cheese is not okay. So to tell you the truth, cheese doesn't really hurt me. It's the ice cream and the milk.
So it's because cheese has, like, the bacteria of cheese breaks down the lactose in the milk to create cheese. So there's
Which is
naturally a lot
fascinating
less
because-
lactose in cheese than there is in milk. So
Which is
not
fascinating because cheese makes me sick.
well, it doesn't work for everybody. The folks who have like a very mild lactose intolerance can sometimes Still eat cheese.
Well, and it's the harder cheeses are safer than like
Correct.
mozzarella, you know.
Correct.
The good cheeses. Mozzarella.
It doesn't work for
I want
everyone.
lasagna so bad, guys. Like, I want lasagna so bad.
Lasagna sounds good. Wait, that's not. I don't want that. I want transparent. It's not transparent. Man, hold on. How do
What's
I
the
do
matter?
that?
I
Sounds
swear
not
we're
transparent.
This is an
Okay.
issue. Don't worry. I don't hold on. Hold please.
He's doing great.
Hold please. Hold
Change
please.
it back to my other character. Wow, words.
No. It's easy to fix. I'm just like, why can't you do it right the first time? Some of you are transparent. Why can't the rest of you be transparent?
I have to be a pain.
Oh, I made my transparent.
Oh no, you weren't the only one.
Okay.
Literally, all of us that like edit photos went, "Wait, I can just do this in my editing program."
I just sobbed openly.
I had mine set up
Look
from
at my hair too.
a while ago.
Is this
Yeah, I was
transparent?
gonna say I haven't
God,
touched it until today.
Because
please.
at one point I was gonna start doing
You're
music
probably not
streams as Cadha
transparent. Oh.
at one point.
Well,
Beat you up. I'll beat you up.
Maybe down a smidgen.
I'm gonna turn down.
I'm gonna beat
Maybe
you up.
that get better or worse?
Hold on.
Did
This baby gonna get his
did that
butt
one
beat
work?
up.
Is that one transparent?
Yes, he is. Oh, he's getting his butt beat up so bad.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, just bullying the baby. So
That one
what
is
we're
not.
doing, we just
is
gotta
this the
bully him
transparent one?
until he
I
admits
don't know. Is it?
he doesn't need much support. Arr. Arr.
Which link do you need?
The one that you're gonna want is the one that I tagged with everyone.
Oh no, I have that in there.
Reactive.fuji.tech.
The one to give back is the bottom one,
Bottom
not
row.
the top one. The bottom one.
It'll say your name.
Oh, okay, I see it.
It's like individual and then a bunch of numbers.
There you go.
Hot tamales.
Let's put you all on
Let's
hot.
see what.
Come on.
Let's see what image Sky went with.
Could someone make Talia's transparent, please?
Yeah.
I
You
am
give me like a hot
broken.
minute. I have to like switch over from my computer to tablet.
I got it.
No, You're good.
Okay.
No, you're good. You're good.
Right.
Apparently today I am so late. And so now I'm all like
Someone's
Baby.
coming.
befuddled
Baby, I'll beat you up, baby. Baby,
that people didn't see.
baby. I love the DM so much. So good.
My eyeball.
It reminds me of another VTuber that I follow.
The reason it took so long too is because I put it into MS Paint
Oh, you
to put like an open mouth as my talkie thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I can't do a transparency PNG. I've had a lot of heartache in MS Paint, so
Oh, hang on. I can give you an open mouth real quick. Give me a second.
it's fine. Don't worry
Matt
about it.
beat me. Or Blondie. Blondie
I
beat
went
me.
for speed.
Blondie beat you. Cool. Thank you.
be
Ugh, my eyes were bigger than my stomach.
My eyes are burning.
It's probably better that I couldn't edit it.
Okay.
Because like I
I'm
feel
gonna give
like
up eating at this point.
I would have made like
Don't
the
do that.
outside swiggle, so every time I talk, I squiggle.
You squiggle.
That would be really cute.
Like squiggle. This is what you can do with the simple drawing. And about 4 years of animation school.
Trying to fix my volume.
Art degrees, they do
Here?
fun things sometimes. I did a makeup like face chart for the first time in a long time, you know, for the funsies. Man, That was so much fun.
There you go. Now he has an open mouth one.
Oh no! Who's got chat talk?
I'm pretty sure that would be our
Someone's got
captain.
their Discords talking.
Probably me.
Pretty sure.
We're gonna get Delphi Morningstar said.
The screams.
It's always something embarrassing.
Just oh God, not again, please. God, no, please. Have mercy on my soul. I can't do this
Child,
again.
I really
It's
need you to
always
stay
me.
off of my keyboard.
It's always me that sends something, and then suddenly, oh, Delphi Morningstar. It's like, shut up.
There he goes.
I've got to figure out how to turn this off.
Just change which channel you're on. Probably having it on the active voice channel is not going to be a good plan.
Get you up,
You
child.
could probably safely be at welcome or welcome announcements or general.
So like everybody can hear that, but I can't hear it at all on my end.
What can't you hear?
The you know how like the reading
Like Morningstar
or
says.
text to read or whatever it is called.
I mean, that's good.
Yeah, so
I mean, it's not super loud, but like I could pick it up.
Sorry.
If you're listening for it, you'll hear it. It's a little secret treat of the stream.
What did Delphi say this time?
I don't know, but it's
Great
only a matter of
question.
time before it's something.
Delphi Morningstar says, sorrows prayers.
no Baloo.
And now
Why are you up here? Why is my door open? You go downstairs. Go bother your dad.
so many questions.
Yes.
Oh, commercial.
And not enough answers.
All right.
Here, you can
Safely
have
have
it,
eaten
Timmy.
my food.
No commercial break.
No, you stay. I gave you one taste.
We're gonna make the pin like a chalkboard.
I know. That's why I was
Just
like,
scribble in
hello,
whatever
my
you
name
want.
is. Delphi Morningstar says, I'm tired of dying.
Nah,
Delphi
here's what
Morningstar
it-
says, I am just small and very tired.
DM says
it's
make
gonna-
better
it's gonna
decisions.
be- because I make all of my buttons at the table, so it's like I'll have like a pen, and then you just scribble in what you want him to say.
I support this. I support this.
You're giving people way too much power.
Yeah, that's a lot of power.
Very important asterisks, like you can't say certain.
I'm not
profanities.
afraid. I'm
I
not
should
afraid of
be.
what people will do to my boy.
We should probably start since I came in late.
Sorry,
I mean,
will
we're
wait
still
until
like
the-
working out all the bugs, so.
Yeah, we're making sure everyone looks
Making
good.
sure.
Yeah, I still gotta like upload the maps and all the effects and pyrotechnics.
Okay.
Oh yeah, the
I
pyrotechnics.
thought we were like making hard life decisions tonight, not combat.
Yeah.
We're not. We're not.
There's
Make
ambiance.
hard life decisions.
It's
Right.
ambiance. You can put a picture of a tree in the background. That's fine. A big ass tree.
I mean, we already
I
warned
don't-
Twitch that if they expect us
Hey,
to
can
stay
you
on
bring them
topic,
forward?
they're going to be
I
highly
thought that
disappointed in
worked
us.
Oh yeah.
That's right. It's gonna be Market Shopping Part 27.
Oh,
This-
God.
We are gonna appeal. We're gonna appeal to the people who just want like that chaotic friend group in the room with them while they're working on something completely different, and it doesn't actually require them paying attention to us. Because
I
if
hope-
anyone comes here expecting serious D&D playing,
We play
Nope.
serious
Wrong
D&D.
show.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that's not-
we
that's
could
not gonna
arrange the
happen.
trolls. It might be fun.
This is very serious D&D, where we follow all the rules and have no house rules. Say, nah, I'll allow it because that's cool. No, that's not us. Not in
one
this
day
way.
I will tell you. One day I will tell you the average of rolls that I have.
Okay.
I feel like you need like a little chalkboard, and you
Move
just
to the
like
group.
put like a tally mark every time you roll below a
They
10.
don't want to listen to me.
I was thinking the other way around. Like, isn't the whole point of a tally system to like the lowest number you're keeping track of?
I think so. I don't know.
I don't know, that's like golf rules.
Here.
I mean, yeah. If
know
we
anything
were
about
going by
golf.
golf terms, I would
What?
Hi.
bad.
Oh, my
What you
habanero?
want?
I'm not eating that until tomorrow.
If par for the evening is 3 rolls over 10, it ain't happening.
I don't have real milk. I need real milk. Yes, I do. No, I do not want juice. Habanero juice. No, thank you.
Nah, cheese. I think you need more habanero juice.
My eyeball already hurts.
How do you clear out the habanero juice? With more habanero juice.
Fuck you.
Loving spouses.
Hi.
Oh, all the new things that I get to play with on my.
What new
do we
things?
want to start with character introductions, maybe?
Ooh,
Oh,
yeah,
dear.
that'd probably be important.
Wait a minute. I did not get a prior warning to this situation.
Yeah.
Hey.
Too late. You're going first.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not.
Well, I was
Right,
about
it's
to
gonna
say
get
we
you
could
minutes.
go, top left to right. That,
Okay,
that
okay,
would
okay.
make
Are
you
we?
first?
Are we?
I mean, no, that'd
I'm
be
first
DM.
alphabetically too. Okay, no.
It takes some time because my food just got here.
Damn it. Are we going based on what players know or based on what the characters know for our introduction?
General introduction of like these are our characters. This is who they are as a very baseline.
Let's go with what the player knows.
Okay.
I know
Fuck.
nothing.
Or maybe our lovely bard should go first, as they are the wordsmith.
Yes. I think I agree with this.
Yeah,
It's
Now you're
your
just ganging
channel.
up on me.
Listen, it is your channel, Pumpkin. You are hosting.
Now you're just ganging up on me.
Oh,
Lovingly,
Sorrow.
we are ganging up on
Look at
you.
look at it this
happens.
way.
Oh,
Okay, so
friends.
you go first, and then you get to pick the next person,
Oh, okay.
and essentially, make it very clear to the group which one you want to fuck over first. But
Oh no, I'm just gonna drop it on you.
Big quick.
So hi, my name's Pumpkin, and I play Cadha. Cadha is a Highland Minotaur bard, aka a Minotaur. She's small for a Minotaur. She's only 6 foot tall. And she plays the bagpipes mostly, but she is capable of playing other instruments as well. Most common being her lute or her flute. Tis. She recently found out that her family has been lying to her for her entire life and is coming to terms with that not so well. Okay, Alfred's next.
fuck you.
I mean, it's very complimentary of them.
Oh yeah, all right. Okay, so I'm Cece, and I play Ovred, and he is a mountain dwarf who is a fighter warlock. Although none of the party knows that yet.
Oh yeah, I forgot to say what class I was. You all called me a bard
yeah.
anyway.
Aren't you a bard fighter?
I am a
I
fighter
thought you said
bard.
you were just a bard. Bard. I forgot the fighter part. My
Yeah.
Did
I
any
wanted
of us
that
just
action
solo
surge.
class? Did any of us actually just? Oh, okay. Well, you're special.
Well, anyway, Gaia.
Okay.
I am special. Thank you for noticing. I'm very special. Hey, that's you. Don't talk about yourself like that.
I mean, it takes one to know one. Toots.
All right. Anyway, fighter. I'm a fighter warlock. My primary weapon is a two-handled battle axe. I just had all my spells overhauled because I was a paladin. I'm no longer a paladin. But yeah, so Ovred is completely adrift. He does not agree with the gods meddling in people's lives, and he has grown up with the awareness that the gods meddled in both of his parents' lives, and he is realizing that pretty much all of his family has been meddled with by the gods. And currently, unbeknownst to the party, he is trying to figure out how to magically seal all the gods away from the world.
Oh no, we know.
That was my deal. Okay, you do know. That's right.
We did say lock away the magic, I suppose.
Right. Like, let's
That's
just
what Fleur
remove
and I were
gods from the
supposed to
equation.
ask. Fleur and I were supposed to ask Hephaestus if that was like gonna be
Possible?
okay.
We did go and ask.
Or if we were gonna
I
like
thought we
make the world stop turning if we did this.
no, we
did
gotta
ask that,
basically we got basically that's kind of a pause button or a reset, but they'll be back eventually.
Yeah.
I think was what we got. But anyway, yeah. So Ovid has, let's see here. Ovid's got a brother currently stuck in the Stone of Prometheus, and he has a sister who is currently somewhere on a mountainside, probably about to go into battle. Probably has assassins after
and
her.
A sorcerer.
True. Yes, true. But she has assassins after her. Maybe, maybe not. So.
At
yeah,
least she's with
that's
a monk
mine.
and a sorcerer.
Right. Let's see here. Do I be an asshole or not?
Do it.
So many people.
Oh,
So many choices. So many choices. Let's go with Basso.
Okay.
Aww. You chose your
Greetings and
boyfriend?
salutations, everyone. I am Mojo, and I play Vaso Costa, the party cleric and healer. I am a tiefling. Tiefling, technically half human as well, but it's a little complicated. I suffered through a sort of divine duality between both my heritages of both a elder god and the more recent the recent gods of this world. My style of things here is a little more chaotic in nature, but overall, how can I say this correctly? I guess I'm one of the I'm not the adult of the group. I try to be, but I'm not. I make very bad decisions. That's the best thing ever. Yes, but I'm essentially the resident wine uncle of this group. Currently, you'll be dealing with my more, we'll say, negative side at the moment, since he is currently in control of what's going on.
He's
Yeah,
always negative.
He's just a little homicidal.
Or at least I don't think
I would like to pass it to my other tiefling brother, Delphi.
I was like, there's a range.
He did say brother.
Yeah, I was like, there is two of us.
Brother, so I was like, okay.
That was the joke.
That was the hee hee ha ha. I'm Styx, and I play Delphi Morningstar, a rune child sorcerer, and I am a fully human tiefling. You don't get to know the context of that.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, I feel like we're gonna have to like do some like lore explaining once we go through all of our character introductions.
Ooh, yeah, we will.
Well, yeah. Recently, my brother is a I should say adopted brother. Adopted brother is a homicidal maniac who is sacrificing tieflings because he's somehow obsessed with me. But, you know, it is what it is. With great magic comes great trauma.
The crack ships that are about to begin.
Stop. Don't.
Yep, here it goes.
Don't.
You did it to yourself.
Just wait. You even said adopted brother. You left that door wide open.
How dare you? How dare you? I also have an adoptive sister who, as far as I know, is still safe in her cleric temple. And I just ate the sun, and I'm just kind of fucking around and finding out, but really I don't want to find out anymore. I want to retire. I want to be done.
Oh yeah, and you have a god seducing you right now.
Oh yeah, and Apollo wants my ass, but you know, we don't want toxicity in my life. I already have enough of that as it is. I'm looking at you, Flair.
Is that the baton to me then?
Which I think that's everything for me. Which I will sling. You know, I'm not gonna go with the obvious choice. I'm gonna pick cheese.
I was eating.
Okay.
Well, Cheese, you gotta pony up.
Okay, so my name is Cheese. I play Talia. I am a female. Oh wait, human. Sorry, rogue. I don't know what to say about me.
You're a pirate.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I'm a
And
pirate. We
captain of
don't
flying
talk
ship.
about our mom. Okay.
I mean, that's up to
Cheese in
you.
This party?
Don't talk about my mom. You'll figure
You're
it
the
out.
embodiment of action first, think later.
Yeah. I'm the troublemaker.
You see, once upon a time, your mom was a MILF, and now I just want to destroy her. but not in the fun way.
Tell me about it.
My whole party does not like my mom. I don't like my mom.
Not
I've been
anymore.
heartbroken.
Yeah, I'm the cause of most trouble. Or right now, trouble.
I'd say your mom's a bigger cause than you are. Although you did grab the thing in the safe.
Yeah, I grabbed a lot of stuff in the safe. Remember?
Yeah,
Talia
you
is
caused
fuck
trouble.
around and find out,
I
but has
looked-
yet
oh.
to find out.
Yeah, I told the god to fuck off, and I'm still waiting to find out what happened.
Not even just a god, it was a titan,
Oh yeah, Titan.
which is kind of worse.
Well, and then you kind of waltzed into a deal with Death herself, so I think you might actually be safe.
for once.
So,
Oh, crazy.
I mean,
You got that
welcome
handy dandy
to the
plot
group.
armor now.
It's like, welcome to the group. I'm like the only human, by the way. So I am the token human. They adopted me. Nobody else
Honorary
liked human.
tiefling squad.
But well, Flair, you want to go?
Yeah, I think I'm the last one outside
I
of
think
our
you are the last one.
lovely game master. But hi, I am Funsize Blondie. I play Flair Bloodone, and I am the last member of the Tiefling Squad. Flair is a fighter. Just fighter. You know.
Hey,
Not dual class
free.
here. But Flair is a bounty hunter and an adoptive sibling to Avrid. And they have helped their adoptive dwarven brother on a variety of adventures, which led to everybody else being around with this shenaniganery. You will
Yeah, we also
hear-
used to date.
Oh yeah, I was about to say. I was like, yeah. There's also in this party, if you with all the jokes we had, we have Vasu, who's currently dating my brother, and then my ex Delphi. Are there feelings still? Who knows? It's a mystery.
no,
God
it's
The
not.
damn.
mystery all will be revealed.
It's not a
I'm
secret.
Man,
It's
oh,
not a
secret.
mystery.
There's not a life debt pact thing. No.
It's
Nah.
not a secret. They
Oh
think
no,
it's
it's a secret. It's a secret to
not.
ourselves. To ourselves, it is a
We're
secret.
flowing of good omens where we're like, no, we're not in a relationship. Nah, no, and everyone else is like, could you just go? Because they're too stupid, will they, won't they? Flair is also just a little catalyst who goes and eggs people on to doing different things. Most recently, destroying a family heirloom in front of Festus to reveal
My
within
brain is
our-
on fire!
and said, encouraged, cowards do not go to Valhalla.
There's lightning in my veins.
To reveal the lightning bolt of Zeus.
Which is now in my body.
Yep. Flair is. Do you guys want me to explain tieflings briefly?
Do it.
Oh, let's do Sky first, and then we
Yeah,
can
Sky
explain
first,
more.
and then we'll explain tieflings. But yeah, the Flair, your local Joyzy devil, with a really bad Jersey accent and trust issues.
Hey, your Joyzy accent's better than mine.
You
We
got a
proved that
lovely
one last
accent with
night, or
yours.
the last stream.
It's okay.
It wasn't
All right.
bad for an on the spot thing.
Thank you.
Truly.
Thank you.
It was so worth it.
All right, to Sky. Oh, Captain, our
Sky!
Captain.
Sorry, just give me a quick minute.
Our most glorious DM.
You wrangle us. All of the
Hello.
cats.
I am Sky. I am the game master, the newest game master, I guess.
The only one we speak of.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Campaign's a little cursed. It's fine.
We do not speak of he who will not be named.
God, I don't even know where to begin. The game has an awful lot going on at this point. um, there are approximately 4 pantheons that have been stitched together.
We're up to 4? Hot diggity.
Are we up to 4?
I think we
Oh,
might
wait.
be 5, but don't worry about it.
Oh gosh.
Worry
I
about
thought
it.
we were behaving ourselves.
No, okay, yeah, so we
No.
definitely have 3, and then Mojo ditched in a 4th because he included Aztec, and then I went, I'm not doing this to Sky, so all my Egyptian pantheons are just tribe leaders.
So
Yeah.
there you go.
So,
I don't have gods either.
okay, so 3 and a smidge.
We tried to be kind.
It's collaborative
Anywho,
storytelling.
You're probably wondering why. I'm the DM. I can say how many pantheons there are. I took over a year-long D&D campaign, so realistically, they know more about the world than I do.
I know it's
But
odd.
it's working.
It's been great. Sky's wonderful.
The one thing you all should know is if you are an aficionado of Greek and Norse mythology, I'm sorry.
We're gonna butcher it.
We're gonna make you sad.
We're gonna make you sad.
Artistic
And
interpretation.
this is the loosest artistic interpretation, just south of having Kratos fly in.
I mean, you practically
And
threatened us with
You're
that.
either gonna love us or you're gonna hate us.
So don't worry about it. Just
Yeah.
strap in for the ride.
Don't worry about it.
Don't
It's
worry
gonna be
about
good.
it. It'll be good. It'll be fun. Everyone's gonna have fun.
Eat.
Also, Sky, you failed to mention your favorite quote. I don't give you guys problems. You guys make your own problems.
I figured that would just come up naturally over time.
Yeah, I was gonna say at some
My
point we're gonna
favorite
do
thing
something
to tell
stupid.
players is that I don't do bad things to you. I just give you consequences to your actions. You
I don't know
know,
what you're talking about.
I'm not gonna stop you from robbing the royal treasury, but they'll probably have something to say about it.
No, what you're talking about.
So
If they
I
can't
mean,
see Talia, it's fine.
I'm definitely of the. You can certainly try.
I am immune of all sin of this treasury. I was drinking tea with a very lovely husband pair and their son.
You know what? I didn't take anything. What I wanted was already gone when I got there. Uh-huh. Yep.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
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 Can confirm.
Yep.
Cadha doesn't have anything.
I didn't steal a thing, okay?
I took nothing. Until the alarms were already tripped, and then I grabbed some pretty sweet armor.
As you should. Do we look like a bunch of cops? No! Steal it!
Okay, the DM set it up where it's basically me being a boo.
Listen, they want
It's a pretty shiny thing
They
right in
wanna-
front of Talia.
It
Wonders
wasn't a boo
Cheeky
moment.
pops, how dare.
Her
The thief
pupils
went
just
into the
dilated.
Chicky says we're all guilty. All
Grab
of
the pretty
us.
gem.
Guys, Sky was talking. I can't hear.
Sorry.
I don't know, I just said that the rogue went into the Cave of Wonders and found the pretty gem. What can I say? the rest wrote itself.
No, Chicky, you're correct. They're all guilty.
You're with us!
I told you guys not to touch a thing.
You didn't tell us why. None of us know
Do
why.
anything.
I told you, don't touch it. It's a ruse.
I mean, I behaved.
Does that mean they listen? No! We
Oh,
don't
yeah,
have
I
active listening skills.
I listened.
That's
I-
fine.
I didn't touch anything.
That's fine.
I
Say
was
hello
only
to our
being a
divine,
nerd.
ancient, geared creatures that guard this place.
I was only being a
probably should
nerd
give
and
context
reading
to this,
plaques.
though.
I
That
didn't
being
do
said,
nothing.
The
Yeah.
the story as stands Now,
Yes.
this party of seemingly random individuals have come together and through their trials have found that there may be a mastermind at work in
Shoe face.
weaving their stories together in a way that benefits their goals. Um, these rather rare individuals, also known as demi-theos, or better known as demigods, um, a very rare occurrence in this world, um, managed to gather together to form a party of 6 demigods.
Woo!
Um,
Extensive,
a truth that was slowly revealed to them through time.
Average half god. Oh my god.
Stop it! I am not.
It was just
I am a normal
confirmed.
dwarf. Okay, normal
Confirmed.
dwarf parents.
Allegedly.
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 Yes, I should say that Alred is the only person who has not found a divine lineage.
This is true.
Yes.
Okay, but
Maybe a
but-
greater divine lineage, but not a direct divine lineage.
was I
Yeah,
lied
yeah,
to
he does.
about mine? Is everything a
Sorrow.
lie?
Sorrows, prayers.
Those prayers.
Everything's a lie, isn't it? My lineage is a lie.
Well,
I mean, hey, you're still a princess. Oh, the minute I can just say yes, Your Highness is gonna be insane.
Hold, everyone hold, please. Hold on. So just to throw it out there. This is now the second campaign where our friend Pumpkin here is royalty, technically.
Okay, the first one, I was not supposed to be royal. At best, I was supposed to be a noble, and then Guy pulled
They have a
shenanigans.
robot butler following them, calling them my lady, madam. And I get
I don't know how to do this.
Princess Cadha has arrived.
Oh God.
Flair doesn't know that.
Your
Flair
next
doesn't-
sprite is going to have a teeny tiny crown on one of your horns.
Oh my God. I might just die.
you can't escape.
okay.
Sorry, Pumpkin.
No, she could form her butterflies into a tiara.
There you go.
She's a
No,
fairy
at
princess.
Oh no! I'm not a princess.
All
you
these years-
can't do anything about it.
All these
not a
years away
princess!
from it.
Katie, you want to give Spark Notes on why you may or may not be a princess?
Okay, fine. So, Kata's mom and Avrid's parents were in a party, like, long before. We're kind of cleaning up their messes a little bit, I think. So, in that party was, the prince to Labyrinth, and Kata's mom decided, okay, yeah, I'll get in bed with that. And didn't say nothing to nobody. And, like, the entire party knew. They all knew. There was no hiding that shit. But, he was already betrothed. So, they did end up getting married secretly, like, shortly before he died. But then they ended up in a fight with the Elven King and a bunch of mind flayers. And Matilda was forced to drop a fort, like an entire castle, on everybody, killing everybody but herself and the druid of the party. Avrid's mom wasn't there because she was giving birth that day, apparently. So, yeah. Then Matilda went and hid me with my aunt, her sister, and her sister has been saying that, yep, I'm her child. I knew this. My 13 brothers were like, yeah, that's our sister. grew up perfectly happy with my mom, my dad, my 13 brothers, and, you know, that one psychotic aunt on the corner who dragged me into a bunch of really weird situations. She's not my aunt.
I was waiting for the very end because it would be like, isn't that the reason that a lot of parents have kids is to fix their own mistakes?
Womp.
And I'm like, that's very
Real world problem.
real world. I don't want real world in my D&D game, but you know.
Wait. So, if my mom had me, then what? Am I supposed to fix her problem?
No,
Well, you
you're
kind
supposed
of
to
are.
inherit the earth, apparently.
Yeah, she plans on you inheriting everything. If I'm a princess, you're really fucked.
Oh man.
I can't believe I'm in the presence of two royalty, of two people of royalty.
Keep it
Says
up,
the
Del.
demigod.
Keep it up. I will drag you back
I
to that
will.
Temple of Helios so fast.
Oh, I would love to see you try.
Hey, Sky!
No.
Wait, our flying ship is handicapped.
Wait. Exactly, you can't take me back.
Helios.
Yeah, isn't Helios captured currently?
Yeah, Helios is currently the sun chariot.
Yeah, being drugged behind it, tied to it or something.
He is tied to it, yes.
Yeah.
No thanks to my mother, probably.
I'm
Yeah, we
gonna
don't know
pin that
whose
one on
side
Apollo
Apollo's
until the
on.
day I die. Any hoozles.
So I think that most of the catch up. Hallelujah, Jesus.
So we had tiny world lore, but tieflings. I think tieflings are the biggest homebrew shenanigans we pulled outside of our pantheon, kind of being wishy-washy. I think tieflings are our biggest. We're doing this in our homebrew because yes, it is a homebrew world.
Yes.
Technically, yes, and technically, no. Because, like, at least old lore of tieflings says that they have some sort of, like, lineage from the Seven Hells.
Yeah.
And in this world, the Seven Hells would be Tartarus, and who got locked up in Tartarus except for the Titans? And who are the Titans? But the old gods. So I mean, it makes sense.
It does.
When I say I'm a human tiefling, I mean both my parents are human. I just came out like this.
As opposed to Vaso was born human and suddenly, by
Decided to
maybe
become
not so prosperous
Yes, you-
reasons and means, became tiefling. And Flair just changed one day, or were you born tiefling?
You did learn how tiefling awakened.
Oh yeah, we're just curious if Flair came out that way or if Flair found themselves.
Flair is muted.
I'm pretty sure Fleur told you.
I don't remember.
Flair,
I don't
Flair
remember
molted
either.
because we had a whole conversation between the
Oh,
Tiefling
that's
squad.
right.
Because we had Delphi being like, I was born orange, and Vaso and Flair are like, excuse you? Because they were not born the that they were.
We are continuing the trend of I am very, very special, apparently.
He's just a special little lad.
You were born like what?
But tieflings have their own divine lineages, as Delphi is a child of Helios, Vaso is a child of Astros, Dionysus gets custody on the weekends. And Flair very recently discovered that their divine lineage is Tyr through the Norse pantheon. I think the thing that we established in this world is like tieflings have two ways. You can be birthed as it, or you can be awakened as it due to giant
Trauma.
magic shenanigans.
Trauma.
Is it always trauma? Maybe.
No, it's not always trauma.
I think
wasn't
it's
trauma
all for us.
It wasn't trauma for Vasa.
I was gonna say my trauma was just being born, you know. But
I mean, that is
Born
pretty
is pretty
traumatic.
traumatizing.
It was more like a mutation.
My trauma is my mother.
Also,
I'm
honorary
pretty sure I
People's
explained this to y'all, but basically you have to awaken to your lineage by understanding your lineage.
Mm-hmm.
Flair
Well,
would
I
have
said-
awoken their lineage by feeling a deep-rooted sense of justice and to do what's right.
Yeah.
My lineage is a lie.
I was gonna say Chicky. Is it Chicky Puff?
Chicky Puff.
Is Talia Jesus? Kind of.
I'm not.
Talia is kind of Jesus if we're
Little
going
bit.
and using Loki as a metaphor. Child of a god.
I mean, okay, so we also we incorporated different mythologies from everything.
Eat.
So yeah, you got some of the Chinese moon princess myth incorporated into your character.
I,
on the
the only thing I wanted was the Monkey King staff.
Oh, that's all you wanted with all.
If Sky wants the campaign to survive till the close, you're getting that last.
I think you have enough game-breaking items right now.
I know what you're talking about. I'm waiting
I
for
would
all
say
of mine
that
to just
Talia-
randomly stop
Talia
working.
sends to godhood, and here you go. Here's your staff.
I mean, you have a wish.
Oh no! Please don't.
Oh god.
Please don't tell her that.
Save that for if one of us dies.
Okay.
No, Talia, please give in to your own greed. Do what you
Just so soft. We have enough medicines.
Wait. Osab or Vaso's volume is too low for me.
Is it
Yeah,
too
I was
low?
gonna say
All the time.
Mojo's really quiet and Sky is really quiet.
Well,
Sorry.
No, you're good.
yeah, Mojo or Vaso, you're all the way up on my end.
Okay.
Honestly, you probably needed to
Not
recap
whispering.
anyway. It's been so long.
He's just being a troll.
I hate you.
Now he's
Have
being
you
a
met
troll.
our rest
I'm
Okay,
over here
there we go.
like I'm over here like double checking my volume settings for everybody.
those who project and those who forget where the mic is.
Right?
It's ASMR Wales.
No, please no.
My mic is
Oh,
I
please
would
don't.
purposely
I
across
really
the
don't like
desk
it.
from me because I know how
Okay.
loud I am.
Other important world things. What are there?
I'm trying to move my mic.
Cult
so
of
it doesn't-
Kronos. Our biggest baddie, so we thought, was the Cult of Kronos, who was previously hunting Delphi, and that's where his brother is. The Cult of Kronos is causing all sorts of shenanigans across the continent of Fomont, which we lovingly referred to as the Cheese Puff, as it is the shape of it.
Well,
Was
Beaumont is cheese.
now
It
we're
is
more
the
like
cheese puff.
the shape of a cheese splat.
Cheese
I mean, it's a Cheeto now instead of a
No.
Cheez-It. Yeah, it's a Cheeto instead of a cheese puff. It's a Cheeto.
You know, you try to give everyone a quick map. We're all on the same page,
Oh,
and you never hear the end of it.
Pumpkin. Do we have our most recent map?
I don't have a world building problem. That's not me. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're
Look,
talking
someone was
about.
like, "Hey, so we have a flying ship and we're going to a whole ass new continent." And Mojo and I went bets, and we just created a whole new continent.
Remember when we went to another dimension? And that was another thing our party did. So in the various changes, got the Cult of Kronos. We have hung out with Persephone's personal. Is it a cult?
They're all cults.
They're all
All religions are
cults.
cults.
Every
She's
religion
a
is a cult.
priestess. So,
I
but they
said
have
what I said.
temples.
The Temple
So
of
yes.
Persephone.
Yeah.
The Temple of
Okay, but,
Persephone was
like,
real
there's
fun when
the
we all
temple-
committed suicide ritualistically. And not all of us, I mean, just a
The
handful of
Tiefling
us.
Squad.
Besides me.
Yes, it was Vaso, Flare, and Delphi.
Yeah, Vaso
Then
gave
we
up
went-
a chance to see his honey in the bath.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't dating yet.
Uh,
Uh-huh.
Questionable. They were secretly dating.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, we had the conversation after the fact, but
Yep.
yes.
The conversation of come to the bathhouse with me and my friends was a little less enticing as
it was confirmed the moment I killed myself.
True.
That's edgy.
Oh, that was so stress-inducing. Oh my gosh.
Edgelord.
Edgy,
Listen,
hella edgy.
this was closer to the beginning of our campaign when half of the party decided to have a near-death experience, which put them in a state that's like death, and I decided to punish them because they didn't tell the other half of the party. So the other half of the party was like, "Do we know about this?" I'm like, "No,
Nope.
no, you don't, because none of them bothered to tell you."
Nope, we were relaxing in the bath, getting high because the Highland cow brought grass. Yeah, no, we were having a great time.
As I'm having a slaughter fest.
Was that the
Alfred
night
was trying
where
to interrogate me about gods.
That's the night that we discovered that beholders turn into death tyrants.
Oh,
And then a
how many-
bolt of sun smacked his ass out of the sky.
I'm trying to remember what night that was then.
That was all like the same time at Persephone's temple.
I think
From
we
Persephone's
were...
temple, we went to the Star Druids.
Oh, we're
We
in
didn't
an
even
ad break.
stay the night at Persephone's temple. We showed up, fought a battle, took a bath. Y'all died. We had a beholder turn into
we're
a
in an
death
ad break.
tyrant. And then we were basically told, thanks, so can you guys leave now?
We're in an ad break. None
We're
of
in an
this
ad
is
break.
going through.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because one of your that's
So
because one of your people raised the death tyrant.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you
Ad
guys
break
are doing
ends in
great.
24
Great hustle,
seconds.
guys. Good work. I'm taking
Right.
energy.
Alright, let me just quickly
Wait,
recap
Sky, wait,
what
there's an
happened there.
ad.
Hold on.
Ad, wait.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
still an ad.
yeah,
We're still an
yeah.
ad.
There's still an ad. Nobody's
Okay.
watching who can see it. Or
Unless
nobody
they're
who's...
subscribed. Oh yeah.
Right, this is when we go really off the wall.
So this is when the ad ends and we go, and that's the plot of the story.
Well,
That's all of it, everyone.
And that's the plot of the story.
And that's the plot. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah,
That is
you
the
know,
plot.
honestly.
That's it.
That's
Ad's over.
Yes, Sky.
Okay, sorry, Sky. Continue.
Yeah, I'll just give you a quick recap of the Temple of Persephone. You all got together to go visit Delphi's sister, and found out at the moment the Temple of Persephone was being attacked by members of the cult of Dionysus. You helped them overcome the battle at hand, and Vaso managed to convince some of the members
Oh, come
to
on.
abstain, that the beholder that they were following was leading them astray. So after Delphi vouched for Vaso, and the Tiefling squad decided to do its near-death experience, Vaso being one of the members, Vaso in his death-like state had his body taken over by his other half, who decided to resurrect the beholder and abscond. To which y'all said no, and fought him. And through some divine intervention, you managed to win that fight. But then everyone at the temple was like, yeah, no, you gotta go.
Yeah.
We weren't too sure about this guy to begin with, And now he's raising up Death Tyrants. You gotta go.
Man's hella sketch. Who would trust him?
They did not throw you out without reason.
I feel like I also forgot the part that we had. We had when we started the campaign, we started off with was Mule, which was a game of like just Yuletide shenanigans. Wasn't that super fun? Oh, a little festive D&D. Where it was Cadha's family?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, going to hanging out with Cadha's family and like had a grand old time. And then we get to a New Year's festival where we get to go back to Vasso's hometown to watch the Helios ball drops.
The heliosphere.
The heliosphere, if you will.
Yes.
Except that it didn't.
Except
Time
that it didn't.
froze, and that's
The
where
first-
the shenanigans began.
Right. The first like 3 episodes, like the first 3 sessions of campaign 2 were just cathartic for us.
We were needing some fun sillies with
It
our
was mostly to
D&D.
get Shell to understand how I DM and the kind of roles I tend to ask for.
Fun.
A little tee-hee.
And then I throw you into the desert.
But yeah,
I
at the
drank
Helios.
12 out of 13 Minotaurs under the table.
Yup.
And that's our
It
dwarf.
was the best rolls of my life, and I will never happen again.
Use
The
all
only one
your
you
luck
didn't get was great.
to-
Yeah.
for a
Didn't you get
drinking
I
game.
really did. What?
Didn't you get beat by Jakar?
He did.
No, the oldest. No, he's not the oldest. Is
Jakar
he?
wasn't at Mule.
It was
Yeah,
probably
wasn't that-
the
when
oldest.
you guys went to Slickhead, you're trying to keep Jakar at bay, so you went
Oh
drinking
no,
with him.
I was fucked from the
You know
beginning
what?
in Silcat.
To
Fucked
be
from the
fair,
beginning.
the way that the Minotaurs probably did it was that the oldest challenged you first, and then it just kept going until you got to the youngest.
That's fair.
This is fair.
Hold on,
So honestly, you're about like 20 tankards in at this point.
Alcohol poisoning doesn't exist for poison resistant.
Yeah, that's the only reason I didn't make you roll with disadvantage.
I think I was immune to poisoning at that point.
Says I'm a god. No, I'm not. Yeah, we had Mule, we had the Helios Festival where everybody froze except for Vaso and Flare for a minute, and then we all started coming undone because fucking Zaman, our main antagonist, who we
Is
don't
he our
say
main
very-
antagonist? Yeah, like,
He
is he
was.
our main
He is.
antagonist?
He's
He is.
the
He's
guy
like
that we're
the mini
supposed to-
boss. He's the mini boss that just does monologuing.
We thought he was the main boss. Zaman, anytime we
Oh
deal
my
with him,
god, it's the monologuing.
the monologuing of him. He would
And
just
yeah,
go,
every
"On
time we
and
take
on and
advantage
on."
of his monologuing, he gets the better of us somehow.
He's
Yeah.
really good with his monologuing. He's
That's
like, listen,
what
this is all
being
part
a
of my
time was is all about.
Well, now
It has
I know what
nothing at all to do with the fact that he's the DM.
plan. Time Wizards also helped with that.
Right?
but
Yeah.
He is a representative of the Cult of Kronos and basically said, come find me when you're ready. To the equivalence of, I heard you wouldn't stop me from raising Kronos, which was our initial goal. Then from the Helios Festival, we went to Persephone's temple. After the Death Tyrant getting kicked out for understandable reasons, we took our lovely airship that our Captain Talia has. We
Soul.
went, acquiesced. Piracy and all that jazz. We went to the we were on the search for Star Druid across the sea.
Yes. In
And we went
Silcash.
in Silcath. So our homebrew world is a subsection of, is it Alexandria? Critical Role?
I think that was the original basis.
That was the original basis, and then things got screwy.
Well,
Because we're homebrewing menaces.
yeah.
Okay, look, so it was like
I'm
we're
a
going.
chronic world builder. And
Right, it
it's a
was like we're going-
disease, Okay.
We're going direction, and because the world builders hadn't gone that way yet, Sky went, okay, we're gonna use Exandria, and here's continent with rough like city plot point. And then by the time we got to like session 2, the world builders went, but I want, and we completely remodeled and terraformed and culturally wiped and rewrote everything about the continent. So yeah.
When I say that this is a game where the players know more about the world than the DM does.
We love
The
you.
GM gets
sorry,
to come
Sky.
along for the ride, unfortunately.
We love
Um,
you.
But in our
So
adventures,
do not recommend. Do not recommend world building as you're playing a campaign.
I don't know what you're talking about.
uh, but with our adventures to go find some missing star drops, we get to this like cultural hub of sorts, and we are introduced to Jakar, who is cousin to Cadha,
Correct.
who
Yes.
is also
Little
played by Mojo.
Because we lost Vaso in transit.
We did lose Vaso in transit. Vaso was hanging out being a monk for a minute.
And
Learning
Jakar
his
is wonderful.
craft. Jakar is great. Big himbo. There's also the equivalents of the Lotus Hotel with some hag witches that were running it. And there may or may not have been deals lent by those witches later.
I don't know what you're talking
We
about.
don't know. It's a mystery.
Don't know what you're talking about.
We didn't get the Star Druids back, and when they're like, we couldn't get them, they're like, that's fine. That was only after we had to go to the Astral Sea, because by the time we got back to be like, oh hey, where's Vaso? Vaso and everybody else was gone, except for this like shiny constellation of beautiful stained glass that then we got pulled in with our ship. Yes? Am I remembering that right?
The whole thing got sucked into a statue. No, it was a statue of Astros, and we all got sucked into it.
It was a statue, because it used to be just on the ceiling, and then there was a statue of that. Vaso's like, hi guys! Wasn't like...
You're actually both right. It was like a stained glass statue. Because it was made to like reflect the star of the night sky
We love.
within the body.
In the Astral Sea, there was some fuckery. I don't remember everything that happened. I remember there was a Mind Flayer ship that Talia successfully infiltrated and then stole their captain's chair.
Yeah, so that's now like Frankensteined onto flying ship that shouldn't exist in the first place.
Against my warnings to not do that, I feel like that's a common thing.
Against
Delphi,
all
what's this? Identifies it. Probably don't fuck with it. I'm gonna fuck with it. Delphi, what? Am I a joke to you?
He's like, why did I identify it?
So Talia's ship flies, which is unheard of or excessively rare on Fomot. Silcath, it's more common, but Talia's can achieve warp speed and has a fire spirit powering it versus like just your average magical arcane stone. Which
Calcifer.
Yeah, Calcifer.
I'll give you the D&D mock-ups for this.
Yes.
What Talia's ship is a firing ship from Eberron.
Yep.
That is powered by an elemental, or at least it was. After your run-in with the craftsman, it is now powered by the elemental plane of fire.
Yeah.
And your Frankensteining of what D&D players would know as a Spelljammer's helm.
Yeah. Yeah, Talia says actions have no consequences and just rolls insanely well. Her stealth is quite legendary.
For all those who need a better clarification of what exactly is that Talia went into, if you have played Baldur's Gate 3, that flying ship that you get kidnapped in, that is basically what Talia broke into.
That's pretty great.
And then successfully left. She got weirded out by the brain with legs. What were
right? Yeah, there was brains with legs.
Yep.
What are those called again?
I mean,
You have to understand how good Talia's rolls were because the Illithid's Spelljammer ship is a living ship.
A living ship, yep.
It's like
You
Cadha.
stole the helm that's psychically linked to a living ship and then managed to stitch it together.
Mind you, during this entire time, we thought Talia was a regular human of like 22. Like, nothing special about her.
I
Oh,
was
no.
starting to have my
No.
doubts. I think we were all starting to have doubts about then.
We're like, oh, okay, kid. Pop off. But
Fought three
that,
mind
that
flayers.
happened. 3 mind flayers. I can't remember why.
That was the second time I
The
died.
worst part is that you tried to attach, and I'm like, okay, this isn't gonna work. And then like you rolled ridiculously high, and I was like, fuck.
I'll explain this.
The MO is Sky says that shouldn't ever happen, and
I'm
then
like,
you just
I
roll
guess-
too well.
I guess between the fire spirit and the now portal to the elemental plane of fire that it's drawing power from, yeah, sure. Psychically link this to your ship.
I'm trying to remember the other part because I think in the Astral
You can't
Sea,
see it, but I'm shaking my head.
So we had so the helm got stitched to the ship. We fought 3 mind flayers, and
but we
then
did something before that.
Listen,
We had to get
so there
Basso back.
well,
there
no,
was some
so
time
we
fuckery.
fought the mind flayers, and then y'all left Avrid and Cadha and Jakar at the portal on the other side of the Astral Sea because we were trying to fix it so we could escape, and you guys went back to get the
Basso and
no, we weren't getting Basso originally. We were getting the
Artisan.
It was
the artisan. I was like, it's I want to say his actual name, but that's not what we're saying. The artisan, so that it would make Iago, so that it would make it go faster. And when you guys got back, you found the Star Temple completely destroyed, and Vaso and the it's gone again.
Iago.
Artisan.
Okay.
I mean,
Yes,
okay,
him.
out of character, you can say it. It's completely fine.
Yeah, out of character, you know who he
We
is.
figured it out eventually.
The artisan's name was Daedalus, as
Daedalus.
from the classic tale of Kid Icarus. So
So Flair went
I know,
back with
whatever.
Talia on the ship and found you guys
Icarus.
trapped in glass. And Flair got handed the hammer of Heimdall. Nope.
Hephaestus.
Hephaestus.
'Twas the Hephaestus
Hephaestus,
hammer,
the
and
other
then Flair said, "I'm too stupid to do this," and Hephaestus said, "You
Try.
think blacksmiths are smart? Hit it!" And forged a glass tree to release their friends and Daedalus.
Right. Fix the
Who was
portal.
like, "Hey, be on the down low about that I'm Daedalus, please." We
Right.
fixed the portal by putting it on its side to make it go faster for reassembling.
Right. Went through the portal and appeared inside of Dwarven Northern Capital.
Of
Yes.
Gildemore.
Cov Gildemore. Caused lots of panic. Ran into Sister. Got Jakar and Sister ran off into the night. And we went, we need to go over here.
It's
And then I blew up a portal in Cov Gildemore.
Don't forget,
Yeah.
I got drugs.
Look, I ran off. So
Right. We can't forget about the drug heist. I think we're getting there eventually. Yeah, right. We did drop in the middle of the town, in
Pretty much.
in a.
Can you tell
in a
we're
museum.
avoiding making this big decision?
We dropped. Well, we need context because a lot of things happened for the big decision to make sense. We dropped in the middle of the museum with our illegal flying ship, freaked out a librarian or caretaker of the museum, proceeded to be able to eventually get our flying ship out and, like, was not suspicious in the slightest bit. No, not us.
I mean,
Delve.
being directly tied to Dwarven nobility kind of helps
We did have
when
a
you're
lot of
trying to
armor
get your
for that.
illegal flying ship through the city.
There was
Your-
an
your-
escapade
Your
where
your boyfriend also is a relic to this person's eyes.
Right.
Talia decided to go on a little escapade to some of
Yeah.
the ships that were in the harbor because the harbor had been on lockdown because totally not our fault earlier in the campaign that we did a sonic boom across a neutral territory. No,
Might have
not
started a
us.
war.
It
Might
definitely
have started
was
a
neutral
war.
territory that we shot over.
Contested zone.
I suppose it would be considered a contested area. The Minotaur
The border of
Neutral.
the
Lost
Elven
Lands.
Kingdom and the
It was no man's
Minotaur
land, is what it was.
And that was the first time I died.
That was the first time Delphi died.
In campaign.
That
Yeah, I've died technically 3 times, but I'm only counting 2 because the one was voluntary. The
one
other
was
2
a
were not.
voluntary suicide. It's fine. Where was
All
I?
mine voluntary. Goddamn.
Drug heist.
Drug heist, right. Talia
Bombs.
went to bombs.
Bombs.
There was a bomb threat, and we're like, well, shit.
Hold on.
What's supposed to happen with that? And you know what the bomb was in? Highly explosive drugs. To
Hold
which
on.
Talia said,
Hold on.
my bomb, my
Mojo
drugs.
wants to correct us.
Hold on. Hold on.
Guys,
He's
You
really
need-
trying. He wants to correct us.
You need to remember that only happened because Vaso saw that.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, no.
Vaso's the one who perceived all of that and wanted to investigate with Talia.
Yes, Vaso and Talia did go off to go and explore this ship because wasn't it a ship where like if Vaso went on it, they wouldn't
They would, yes,
Yeah,
because
it was
it was
the
our
Ramesian
trading
ship.
ship.
Yeah.
Right.
And we're gonna completely ignore what you did after that. Moving on.
Moving along. So there was an assassination attempt on one of the Dwarven council
Turncoats.
members.
Oh,
There was a turncoat.
oh,
There was
no,
a
no, no.
traitor, and that's who the bomb
Slimy
was
little
for.
eel traitor to the dwarven culture.
It wasn't an assassination to someone. It was a complete desecration to an entire kingdom. They were going to make the entire kingdom kill themselves.
Yeah, because it was drugs that basically tieflings can use semi-safely. Otherwise, everyone starts to like burn up from the inside.
It was like called Ifrit or something.
Yeah,
And
eat
Fritz-
this powder.
Yeah, Ifrit's fire. Fantasy cocaine. We'll come back to that.
Yeah.
It does become a plot point later.
All you need to know is it's currently in the handbag of a mimic.
No, it's not. Remember?
No, we sold it. We sold it already.
We sold-
Well,
we sold
not
it.
yet. No, we
Not
don't
yet.
sell it till we get to Talia's hometown.
Correct.
Oh,
No,
in the
we
recap,
currently-
yes.
Yeah, it's
okay,
in is where we're at
still
in the
Dwarven
recap.
settlement.
It's in Precious's mouth.
Yeah,
No,
the
we went
mimic.
to the black market.
No,
We haven't gotten
and
there
we're not
yet.
there yet.
We are breaking so many TOS.
We're not there yet.
We're
not there yet.
TOS?
No,
Oh, never mind.
we're in the
Never
recap
mind.
right now. We're in recap.
You're recap mode.
We're
Never mind.
still
You're
in the
right,
Dwarven
you're right.
settlement.
You're right.
We
you're
got
right.
fantasy cocaine that was made to be a bomb.
Drugs. Yeah.
Drugs,
Candy,
which
candy.
was beautifully consumed by our handy dandy bag of holding, also mimic Precious, who is Vasos, who loves to chew boots and go after tails.
And
that
has
is
a
one of our-
vendetta against my raven.
Yes.
Listen, you leave my child alone.
we love Precious, but Precious turned into a rug and just went whoop, like Kirby with it, but did not get any of the benefits, unlike Kirby. We then go back to Avrid's house.
Hey, you didn't tell
Inevitably.
the infamous disguise.
Oh, we're getting
No,
there.
no,
The
we're
infamous
ignoring
disguise
that.
didn't happen yet.
Oh no! We gotta talk about this.
No, we're ignoring
No. We're
Another
gonna talk
time.
about this.
We'll get there. We'll get there. I promise.
The
I
infinite
absolutely
20s
will.
are happening that round.
So, we all managed to get back to the house for where Avrid's estate, if you will.
Oh wait, no. While Talia was on the
Eventually.
ship, Avrid and Cadha ended up down in the Drow City.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
that's when
the
that
drow
happened?
wanna
Yeah.
sacrifice me
So
to
okay,
let-
so yeah,
to
world
Locke.
building. Kav Gildemore is the Dwarven northern capital, but it's kind of built in the middle of the mountains. So it's built on a bay in an alcove, and the dwarven capital goes deep and in the middle. The up into the peaks of the mountains is the city of Scythus, which are more of like a mountain goat type Minotaur. And then as you go deeper down, it turns into a drow city. So we got there unknown to Avrid, because his sister is part drow. Cadha went, I need to go to this temple. And Avrid went, okay, well, we're going to go. We'll get you down there safely. Only to have Loth herself waltz out into the temple to have a conversation with Cadha.
She gave me pretty toys.
Give you pretty toys. Loth says hello. Loth also was a face of Loki.
Yes.
That'll be important for the story later.
Which now has me wondering if Loth is actually a face of Loki or if Loki ate Loth.
We're getting to that eventually.
But yeah, so we got down to the Drow City, met Loth. Avrid feared for his life, and then very much feared for his life because we were essentially told we can't get out of here. Ran into an old friend of his father's who got us out of the Drow City, and then we met back up with the party at the house.
We all inevitably got back to the house. I did forget that the Drow party, that part, I was like, there's some night that there was shenanigans. Lots of shenanigans happened.
We went down to the Drow City and managed to get out alive by a miracle.
Yeah.
The
Drow want to sacrifice me now.
They're like, oh, you got our goddess to come out?
Right, sacrifice. She speaks to you directly.
Holy cow.
We forgot about the holy cow!
Oh god, we don't need to talk about the holy cow.
She's not just a princess, she's a holy cow, speaker of the gods. Kate totally not a super important character. No. Not at all. Eventually we do get back to everybody getting to the house. Was Delphi with the Drow City, or was he with Fantasy
Delphi
Cocaine?
was off doing extracurricular activities.
He was
canoodling.
I believe
with at least one council member.
Was this? I don't know.
You didn't get to re-meet up with Sis.
No, I didn't.
She was gone before you got back because you were off doing recreational activities.
I was doing,
You ran into us as we were bringing Avrid back, and I
the
didn't
recreational
look like
activities is Delphi's a little bit of a man whore, and we love him for that.
Hey, he doesn't have a lot going for him. He's got to be a pillow princess somehow.
Somehow. Someday. Often. Where he finds it. We get to where Sig is upset that she is stuck alone at the house, and Flair has a sibling heart-to-heart to being like, what do you want to do? Which, unbeknownst to Flair, gets the little gears in Sig's head saying, right, I'm gonna run away from home. And we're like, no!
That's why we were chasing her.
That's why we were chasing her, because Sig
and
decided
to kill us.
She did try to kill us, and Flair was very upset with their sibling.
Hey, I caught up
hey
to her,
now!
so.
You did. You saved our asses. So, in that night, Sig proceeds to, one, drink with Flair and drink all of the alcohol left in the house. So, and
I cannot believe you did that, by the way.
I'm so proud that Flair did that. It was.
So I was so upset. I needed to drink so bad, and you drank it all.
Remember, there was a blockade on the port, and no trade was going in or out, and dwarves do love their alcohol. But it was good. It was put to good familial use. So Jakar has also been here the entire time as well, with everything that's going on. Jakar and Vaso were in the party at the same time for a time being. But Jakar decides to go with Sig after the party is having their whole shenaniganry. And they start running away, to which Cadha, Flair, and Talia are the most successful sprinting out of the house to find her. Because the rest of the party is like, where did the child go? And we're running, and then we get to Rope Bridge,
Kate
to
is
which
just
Sig is on
stupid
the other
fast.
side, and, yeah, there were some more. Sig cut the rope, almost, except for Talia stopped her, and then we dragged her ass back to the house. I can't remember how she got her blessing to actually go on an adventure, because she's doing that now
Avrid,
with Jakar.
okay, so in the 2-year gap, which Jack is currently working on writing, is essentially Avrid gets his ass handed to him by Sig. And he kind of starts realizing that I can't lock her up. So at that point in the house, his option is he's either got to come with us, and at that point, he's pretty much convinced they're walking into a suicide mission, or she's going to do whatever she wants. So he pretty much just kind of says, he figures out this is the safest place I think she can go, which was asking Jakar to take her to Axel's tavern. So, like, she was given 3 days to try and catch up with Mom, who has absconded off to war.
Not
so yeah,
supposed to be.
She's supposed to be home under oath to not ever campaign again, and she's absconded to war. So yeah, so no, Avrid gives Sig basically 3 days to try and catch up with Mom, and if she can't, he asks her to go to Axel's tavern, because at least there he thinks she will be able to meet up with other people that will help keep her safe. Or, you know, if she gets involved in the war, there will be people there to help her. And we know that at some point they did catch up with Mom, and they're on the mountains heading somewhere with Jakar.
Instead, Cadha's brothers joined up with Alfreda and Sig instead of the other way around.
Right. So she is in a safer spot than wandering aimlessly, but he is still very concerned about her safety. But no, he pretty much was like, my options are hog tie her and drag her everywhere with me, or she's going to run away anyway. So I can basically
hog-tied at a point.
She was hog-tied at a point.
Kate is pretty good at
and
shibari.
that's when Delphi got to actually meet Sig.
Kate is pretty good at shibari.
Delphi
she
met
got
Sig
to say goodbye to
campaign
everybody.
1. Right.
Well,
yes. It was basically like, if you're gonna go, pack a bag, be prepared, and go, versus just running off in the middle of the night without anything prepared.
Yeah.
Which is what she was doing originally. And he had originally sent Rakaa to travel with her, because Rakaa can... Basically, if one of the family members hits half life points, Rakaa can immediately teleport to their location. So it was kind of like sending
who is Rakaa, though?
Rakaa is Avrid's twin Ondor's familiar, who is apparently a Valkyrie. We've discovered she is a Valkyrie that is in a raven's body.
Ooh.
And she has a beautiful, lovely voice. I'm forgetting the actress.
Kate Blanchett. That was the
Pretty
direction.
Lady Make Rain Go Burr.
Kate Blanchett. Yes, that is the voice she takes, and she can partially communicate with the family, but they're all really freaked out because they don't know how all of that magic works. Because up to halfway through campaign 2, the entire family thought Ondor was dead, and they were basically like completely baffled as to why his familiar was still there and present. And then we've discovered that he's not dead, he's actually trapped in a magic stone. But we're still like not entirely certain how she's still here.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, now we know, because she's a Valkyrie. She's not just any old familiar.
Right.
This is true. I'm like, this has been 2 years of us pretty semi-consistently playing. I was like, there's parts of this I have completely missed. For example, the entirety of the Helios Temple for Delphi.
Right. Okay, no, and me nearly dying from laughter
Oh yeah, we did.
We completely skipped that.
We conveniently skipped for the importance of the Star Druids and going and finding an artisan. Yeah, that part, if we want to circle back to that, Delphi got to find out that his divine lineage through Helios because he walked into a temple and saw his face, which is basically how everybody gets to go and find out what their lineage is you walk into a temple, that's your face.
I got told mine, but I think it's a lie.
And everyone goes,
You want to know the super funny? You want to know the super funny about that? I thought I was in disguise the whole time during the Helios visit. But you know, it was way funnier to not be in disguise.
It was. Just
Have
walks
the guy
in.
look at me like, wait a fucking second.
You're a god. the camp of that.
That was only your first visit. The second visit, you were a mouse.
Correct. This is also the time frame when Vicious Laughter. What city were we in? Rio?
So we were in.
No, okay, so we were in
We were in a small
food.
desert village outside of the Star Druids temple. And
well, no, that
I
was
wanted to check out the Temple of Helios, found out that he was the statue, and went running out. Which is when we found a crowd following Delphi around.
I thought that was a different city.
To Delphi.
It wasn't.
I'm trying to comment. It's my world.
It wasn't. It wasn't a run. It was a crisp walk.
It's my continent.
It was a very ominous walking of
when you're ready for me to tell the mouse story, I will tell the mouse story.
Yes, Cadha deserves to tell the mouse story. What city were we in?
The capital is Carne Asada.
We weren't in the capital yet. This was the
Yes,
small...
we were. No, the Temple of Helios was in the capital.
Nope, that was the capital. Nope, you're right.
I love the dawning realization.
Say it. Please say it one more time. Say it one more time.
Carne Asada.
Yes. The Minotaur eaters, yeah.
You know. Full circle. The Helios temple was central to this area.
Spice, okay?
It is a spicy town. Kind of a little bit like a Catholic church on the hill. Like it's on the very top, and then there's just this slow walking chase of Delphi and all the followers chasing him down, and then
before we get into this, carne asada is a meat.
I know.
That's the joke.
But there's like a spice blend that it's carne asada, and it was like I like the way that rolls off the tongue. That is my continent. That's my capital name.
You got all the jungle dwellers just laughing at this fucking town over here.
I know.
Yeah,
giving colonizer energy. The cheese puff.
I mean, yeah. Okay, listen. Our continent is called Cheese Puff. We needed to go with the theme.
Yeah, so eventually, because Delphi went off alone, unsupervised, is this also the city that we had Jakar and his tree girlfriend?
Yes, his elven girlfriend, yes.
Eladrin,
yes. This was in the Lotus Hotel.
No, she's an elf.
She's an Eladrin.
She's an elf.
Which
tree
is kind of elf, yes.
It's a tree.
She's not full elf.
She's a tree elf.
So it was fine.
She's a tree nymph.
Also,
either way, it was a moral dilemma for Cadha, who doesn't like elves, that her cousin is dating one.
Okay, hold on. Pause everything.
Hold on, they're not dating yet.
I'm trying to date. Hey,
he stood her up.
We're just learning how to read first, please. It's not a date.
It was totally a date.
Oh god. We did set them up on a date, and then immediately
we just stole Jakar and ran away.
We sidetracked Jakar, and he got temporarily locked in the Lotus Hotel Casino. I call it the Lotus Hotel Casino.
That was all on his own.
That was all Jakar.
That was all Jakar.
He was big himbo moment and had very self-righteous thoughts, and we said, let's come back when it's smarter, and he said, no. And ran in, and we said, okay, idiot.
Wait,
have fun when you come out.
Was this when I did my own little escapade
Yes.
Yes, because then we hightailed it out of there.
Because
Yeah,
this is
So Talia single-handedly learned the secret hand signals to get in the secret door, to get into the secret lair that went through a transport door to another continent.
Transport door. Secret continent.
You did lose Pandora in there.
we did have a magic portal.
Single-handedly went into the cult lair, escaped with the artisan after murdering at least one for sure murder,
And
potentially
with cult
two
robes.
And a
with
dead
cult
booty.
robes. Right. Got out of the secret lair and then hightailed it back to our ship before we ran away.
And as we're running, I was able to blast them, and I went, "This is for Pandora, you fucks."
Right.
I lost her in there.
Oh, Delphi,
You didn't lose anyone. You can summon them again.
No, I know, but I lost Pandora the first time because I sent her in to help Talia like do a little escapade before she went in by herself, and everyone was just like, "Oh shit, that's a rat," and then they smashed her.
Now
Delphi.
it'll be Pandora 3.
Oh, Delphi, who is Pandora? And what does she look like?
Who is Pandora?
So Pandora is Delphi's familiar. She is a albino ferret right now. And I also have Achilles, which is which I keep forgetting I have. Achilles is my little kitten Sabretooth that I got from Artemis. Not Artemis. Yeah, Artemis.
Artemis. Yes, Artemis.
It was Artemis.
Oh, gods, we haven't even got to Artemis.
We haven't got to Artemis. We got sidetracked. We backtracked.
We barely got out of the
recap.
astral
Okay, cool.
sea and then had to go backtrack because we didn't.
We've
explain
taken
the
like
videos.
we took a month off recently. We had played like 3 sessions in between a second month off, so we've basically not played all summer.
Right.
We did take quite
realistically.
Okay.
Realistically, we've not played all summer.
It's almost
For
like
about
my
2.5
job takes
years.
over my life in the summer.
It's okay. But the important thing with that is between the time of Persephone and the Star Druids, because we were supposed to get the Artisan and the Star Druid. And we got the Artisan, just not the Druids, because we booked it out. Fast forward.
Someone thought it was okay to trade 300 innocent people's lives for 12 people.
In an ad break.
Oh.
That's all right. I'm just gonna rail Flair for their moral.
We're not gonna name names, but someone, Flair, wanted to trade like 300 mercenaries.
Listen, they were mercenaries signing up to be foot soldiers that were going to become absolute cannon fodder.
Here's the thing.
And they were for the enemy army!
This is a thing we have to keep reminding you. They wouldn't have known.
Right. They did not know what they were signing up for. And might we remind you, you too are a mercenary.
Yeah, I'm just not the stupid guy. I'm gonna go open contract.
So you're okay with them killing themselves to do this, but not them going to a... Okay, that's cool.
The moral of the party
I'm defending you, Flair. I'm defending you.
I know.
No, I'm like, you're okay with them dying doing this.
Look, I just wanted to set the building on fire. That's all I wanted to do.
We don't even know if they were good or bad.
Okay, I
May I
wanted to
put
say
my
we should
defense
just set the
and
building
then
on
we
fire,
say-
but then I ended up taking a
Ad's
deal.
over.
So,
Woo,
That's
ad's
fair.
over. Okay, so context. During the time that we had the lowest hotel, with the hag witches, there was the way that the hag witches worked was they wanted a particular number of happiness from people and from the Star Druids because they lived arguably miserable lives as monks and were not very happy about it. They were getting a lot of happiness being in a casino with some luxuries like a bed. They were kind of living at the high life.
Now wait a minute. I never saw a bed. There was casino. There was a fight ring.
There was a
I
casino,
never
there
saw
was a
a
fight ring, but there was a hotel element to the casino as well. Yes?
DM, I actually have a question for you. Because you said
You never got there, but yeah.
You said they feed off on positive and happy emotions, right? Mm-hmm. So are they just getting drunk off Jakar?
Yeah. They were having a good time with Jakar.
It was one of the reasons why they kind of got a little upsetty that Flair broke Jakar out of their trance.
I mean, but they were completely fine with letting him go, too.
They were, because they only let people want to be there to stay there. So if we had
But
to
the problem is, we never did solidify if people were given. We never was solidified if people were given a choice about being there to begin with. You just walked in the door.
There. I'm getting there. So with the hag witches, if you were unhappy and you went into this casino and you got to experience some happiness, they would feed off of that emotional energy. And they would do things to make you stay and want to stay in their casino, to which Jakar
but you didn't
was a
know.
victim. Let me finish!
No!
Let me finish! Just I'm telling the narration! I'm not even arguing myself! Anyway, this is what they did, and one of the things that they said was, if you wanted to have the Star Druids, not only did you have to, 1, convince them to leave, but 2, they needed something of equal value. Now, it wasn't 300, it was 30. And one of the things, because we accidentally started a war, our party as a whole...
I'm pretty sure it was 300.
I'm pretty positive it was 300.
It was a big number. It wasn't 30 people.
Right. It was definitely more than, like, 2 per Star Druid. Because there were, like, 12 Star Druids in there we were trying to get out. It was definitely 3-digit number.
The thing that I remember was it being a 2-digit number, and that's why my character was
Do not make me find my notes. I will find my notes. I was taking notes at that point.
I think I had to settle this now.
Please
yeah, I was gonna say, Sky, will you put the gavel down?
I think I had to settle this now. The point was that the people feel so happy that they don't want to leave, so you had to convince them to want to leave.
But they don't. They're not aware that they're stuck. Like, they're not aware of the time difference transpiring while they're in there.
No, but they also didn't care.
I was getting to that. I know that you hate what I did.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. The reason the Star Druids kept going there is because they kept looking for each other. So you enter the establishment of your own free will, and you can leave the establishment whenever you want if you choose to leave. That's kind of the crux of it. You have to want to leave. So they're not really good or bad. They're just morally ambiguous. And they did say 300, and that was actually hold on. That was actually a test for you guys.
Great.
Because they were trying to see your
morality.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys didn't realize that the whole time?
Cayenne, may I please ask that you hold all comments until I can finish narrating?
Which is why ultimately they offered the deal.
Because yeah, he's also a very sad boy. But the thing that
didn't
Flair
want to make any deals. She just wanted to burn the place down.
So, with this casino full of people, the deal was 300 people in exchange for the 12 Star Druid. And Flair, knowing that there was an ongoing army building that was happening where people were signing up to become cannon fodder.
Unknowingly.
They were signing up to go and be in the military.
That was just your really high insight deductive reasoning roll. They do not know that's what they're signing up for.
And with that deductive reasoning, may I please finish what Flair was the thing? And I will say, I'm just narrating, I'm not arguing my point. Flair took that reasoning and said, okay, I know that our party says, fuck the elves, and this is the elves actively campaigning for members of people to give up their lives to be cannon fodder. And Flair came to the conclusion that, hey, maybe going to Paradise Hotel is a less awful trip, and if they want to leave, they can go back to their conscription if they want to leave. Which was, the logic was, fuck over the elves and trying to build up their army very briefly. Morally, was this a good decision? No, it wasn't. I'm not
I think
defending this decision, but also burning down the entire building is not the correct decision.
Look,
Well, I
We did
think
no.
neither.
It's gonna be
No, no, no.
mostly
It's my
smoke.
turn.
We were
It's my
just
turn
gonna
to
make the
argue.
people run out. Okay?
Yes.
I think
There's no.
I think
They're
I think
assuming
the
that there's
issue that
magical fire alarms.
the problem that we're having here is that they wouldn't know that they could just go because they would just be trapped in an eternal thing of, oh, I'm super happy here. Why would I want to leave? But it's like, okay, but
Yes,
look,
that
the
was
moral is so wrong. The moral is so wrong.
For all of this and the complaints and absolute hatred for me suggesting we trade 300 people who are conscripting to an enemy army into these hag witches to make a deal, it's really fucking rich coming from who's now a warlock because of them.
Look, that was my choice. Avrid's entire thing this entire time is the concept of not having a choice in the matter. And the very fact that you're like, oh no, we're going to trick 300 people into this hotel, there are no explicit anything to say, once you go in here, you probably don't, like, Jakar had a reason to leave. He was completely unaware of how long he was in there. He was in there for almost an entire day because we couldn't follow him. He didn't know how long he was in there. He just
And
left
yet this
everything.
is still the same people you made a deal with, Warlock. These are the people that went and said, hey, make this deal.
I love how there's like this whole concept of you guys were just gonna burn the place down. Do you guys think Jakar was gonna let you guys do that?
Burn the place down?
Jakar was never... Okay, look. No one was ever going to know it was
I'm talking now. I'm talking now. Let me talk. Jakar understood exactly what the hell was going on because he saw the life of that boy through his eyes. He saw all the pain that he's been through.
The child that stabbed me.
Yes. He knows that
because
kid
he
is
totally had free will.
That kid is much more... He understands that kid is much more happier here than he was back out there. He had nothing out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was a literal street urchin, and Flair got to witness that. The rest of them, understandably, did not. But we neither burned down the casino,
They only attacked Jakar because they thought that he was a threat, that he was going to destroy the place until he understand the situation.
All Cadha and Avrid wanted to do was set a curtain on fire. The natural impulse of building on fire escape was the logic, and people would leave the building.
Both of you from wanting to be completely sad and miserable again.
Arson is the moral high
I love
ground
that
of
we
what
keep
we've
arguing about this.
You would have been like, you would rather these people be miserable and suffer for the rest of their lives.
This is
What has this happened so... Okay, this moral dilemma happens so early in campaign, and we refresh it constantly.
This
moral dilemma.
So
this is
do you want to
Jakar's
hear about
point of
the
view, not
mouse
Vasa's.
What?
Do you want to hear about the mouse
Oh no.
yet?
But this was...
We lost our DM.
We lost our DM for tonight.
Yeah.
No.
Sorry, yeah.
It's
Well,
okay.
that's totally fine. Go take care of yourself.
Ooh,
You're
please take
still
care of
recovering.
yourself. But
Go.
one of the things within the shenanigans
I
of...
have a feeling we're going to be arguing about this most of the night anyway.
I will say...
we're going to continue. We're done.
I was
5
going
minutes.
to say...
Over.
Five minutes.
What
Give your
happened
closing
happened.
statement.
We have had the time to go and have this debate. This is
Here's your closing statements. Closing statements, everybody. You get
We
5
did
minutes.
neither.
No more.
Oh my god.
No more. You can surely do less.
Yeah.
Because we keep arguing about the same thing, and it's long past, guys.
Yeah, it's
Correct.
done already. It's done.
So do you want to hear the mouse
But-
story?
I will say let's go to the mouse story for the
Yes.
rehashing.
And the mouse
because
and
this
me
is
nearly
also-
dying.
This
Okay.
is something that we got tangentially cut off with because everything is soup.
We also forgot to mention that I lost all of my hair in the fight with the beholder.
We did. You got a
I
dramatic
think you got a
haircut.
nice bob.
This
I
is
did.
2 years trying
So-
to just remember off the top of our head. Again,
So
we never said we were
originally-
professional D&D.
Cackling. Chicky Puff is
Lol.
cackling.
So originally Cadha had like super long hair with bells and flowers and like all kinds of random shit tied up into it. And when we were fighting the beholder, I used a tornado to play spin the beholder. And then Flair shot a fire
right, that was Flair's fault.
something. there was a fire something that got shot at the beholder
Shackles.
and then picked up.
Flaming
shackles.
Big
Yeah,
shit
flaming
anchor it.
shackles.
Yeah, and then it got picked up by the tornado, and I got away without getting burned, but I lost pretty much most of my hair, leaving me with a little bob, and it just made me look that much more like my psychotic aunt.
Who's
Mom.
absolutely not her mother.
Yeah. But the mouse
Ovid's eye has been twitching this entire time.
the mouse story.
The mouse! The
The
mouse!
mouse
Where
And Nina
Ovid
dying.
really
chased
got
down the
fucked
church.
over. Alright, so the mouse story. So Delphi goes into the Temple of Helios, sees himself as, like, the statue, and briskly walks out of there as quickly as he can. And the party spots him with, like, this crowd following him around. So Cadha, being faster than light for some reason, is able to catch up to him first and goes, "Hey, do you want me to make you disappear?" And he's like, "Please." So she turned him into a mouse and stuck him in her hair. And she goes to the one place that she thinks nobody's going to be looking for him. Back into the Temple of Helios.
It was such a dick move. Such a dick move.
Had you not
you bite
chewed
her?
on me,
Yes, I did bite you.
yes. Had you not been continuing to chew on me, we could have just chilled out in the temple until things calmed down and then walked right back out the door, but no.
Well, no. It's because you were asking questions, and I was like, listen, I don't want to hear this right now. I'd like to leave. And I was just like, okay, I can only squeak so loud and have you understand that I don't want to be here.
I'm a nosy little moo who likes her lore, so... The happy little face Delphi makes while being angry is so funny. Isn't it, though? Isn't it,
It
Meg?
really is.
It's pretty great.
He's got such an angry face. And all of us having just light up emoji.
It's pretty great.
And then I'm just, haha.
If we hit the decibel one, there would be rage ones happening a lot.
This is true. If we figure that one out. We'll have to figure that one out.
I think it's specifically within PNG.
So, while they're there, Delphi ends up breaking the mouse disguise because he chewed on Cadha, and Cadha was like, "I will throw you." The Temple Lord was like, "Oh my god, what is wrong with these people? Why is she threatening to throw a mouse?" So Delphi got tossed up in the air, falls down as a mouse, just about the time that Ovid comes bursting into the temple, riding an elk, drunk off of his rear.
I wasn't... Okay, yeah. No,
You
wait.
were drunk off your rear.
Was I drunk? I was
were
drunk.
so drunk.
Yeah.
That was after you
Yeah.
were
I was
drinking
so
with
drunk
You
at
were
that
drunk
point.
and unsupervised.
That's what I said.
I was.
Jakar took you to the table and you were drunk.
I rolled so bad. That was
So
because Vaso decided to message Ovid at that point.
And
So-
then and Jakar even asked, I remember this now. He asked, what is it like to be in a relationship?
Which
Oh,
threw
man.
Ovid, okay, I will have you know, threw Ovid into a complete existential crisis because Vaso had said it up to that point and Ovid had not. So the entire time, drunk Ovid is just spinning in his head, I've never said it. Oh my gosh, I'm a terrible person, blah, 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 blah. And then I apparently rode an elk into the temple, which I seem to do rather frequently, which three times for sure.
Yeah.
Three times.
So
Three times
Ovid
I
bursts
rode
into
an elk at Persephone's temple as well. So 3 temples, 3 elks.
So, Cadha doesn't want to answer anybody's questions at this point, and they're now standing with, a deity at her feet, and an entire
In her
temple of
arms.
accolades looking at them like, oh my god. So she decides to tell a joke. Why does Helios have such noodle arms? Because he rises, he doesn't lift. And this...
I forgot about that joke.
You're right. This sets off hideous laughter instead of as a targeted spell, as an AoE. And This means that the entire temple starts laughing like crazy, including Avrid and the elk!
Right, we did make the elk laugh.
The elk was laughing. Yeah, because the elk has a high intelligence.
Can
The elk had a
laugh?
high enough intelligence to get the
That
joke.
was an entire discussion we had, too.
And it was the most ungodly sound too.
Yeah. So,
One fear,
The
elk
most
laughing.
ungodly sound of an elk laughing.
Oh,
That's gonna
so-
haunt me in my nightmares.
so Cadha has Delphi over one shoulder, Avrid over the other shoulder, and just sprints out of the temple, runs into Flare, throws Avrid at Flare, and says, "Here, you take care of your drunk friend. I'm gonna take this one," and bolt. So,
And then we ran.
so Cadha's
Wait.
expecting this spell to just make him giggle. It's fine. But
Wait.
Avrid can't stop laughing to the point that
I can't roll well.
He,
This
he's
is just
starting
ever.
to suffocate.
This is the
Yeah,
He's had
one
to
thing,
roll
you're
a
gonna,
death
one thing you're gonna
save.
learn really fast
this is the last card thing I'm
is
gonna
that
say. 'cause
Avrid
it was
rolls
funny.
so low. They very rarely roll under a 10. Very
Over.
rarely. They just
Over.
have
I
shit
always roll
rolls.
under. I very rarely roll over 10.
Yeah,
We're
we've had your
manifesting
dice
mods.
blessed, we've
With
had you
mods,
blessed.
mind you.
So, the whole plot was to make sure he didn't leave the bar. You guys are trying everything, but the person I
We
felt
tried so
was
hard.
MVP, really trying to do their best, was Talia.
Talia was MVP.
Talia was like, "All right," just opens the and he's like, "Oh my god, it's indecent." Oh my god, he tries to cover up.
Right, Talia, she's like, titties? And she goes like, oh, no, thank you.
Wow, pardon me, madam.
Avrid gets wasted, and then it gets
Pardon
turned
me, ma'am. No, thank you.
Pardon me, ma'am, I'm a gentleman. The face then goes to Flare, who's also partially drunk,
Oh,
and they're
God.
like, shit. And they're like, I'm working, I can't get this wasted. And then gets their drunk friend thrown to them and says, all right, we're going, and runs back to the ship where there's no healers.
No, there was
magical
one healer.
healers.
We have a ship doctor, but no healer.
all. We have
Is
the
me.
doc,
I'm the street.
to which Flare is watching their brother go and convulse with laughter and not be able to breathe.
Yes,
And
I was
eventually
like,
gets him to go to sleep.
yeah. That was entirely DM magic.
That was, we're not gonna kill Aubrey.
or yeah, we would have. I would have died. Oh my gosh, I would have died from laughter because my rolls were so bad. Yeah.
I'm wondering if you get a new character that if change.
I don't know. Okay, so it's not gonna matter because the one shot I played with Mojo with my little cat rogue. No, he like quite literally he went. This person has 2 HP. Please just kill them.
I said,
Like-
no.
That's
you
how
were-
bad I was rolling.
You were under their armor class for like maybe two points, and I'm like, no, screw it. They're like 2 HP. Just how you want to do this? How you want to
You
do this?
get it.
Just get it, please. Oh my god.
That was on the way to Star Druids.
Eat.
Fast forward, since we're talking about tieflings and all the fuckery of it. Fast forward back to the Dwarven city, where there is
Okay,
a
yeah.
time.
Dwarven City.
Now we're this is the furthest that we've gotten. Dwarven
Where
city.
where
under
are we in
lockdown.
the timeline?
So
Is this where we're
timeline is
currently-
we just sent Sig off to follow Mom, and our
At some point in this time, Flare gets to discover something about themselves independently because they managed to roll very well to get into a museum that they have a wanted sign at that they're not supposed to have entry. The guard just not paying attention. Flare also happens to wear a mask on a set basis because it's very convenient to be just, oh look, I'm a normal human, not a tiefling. When you deal with a continent full of various races that are just like, oh, good enough. If you're not overtly monstrous. Flare goes into this temple, or it goes back to the museum that they got the ship out of. Manages to get into one of the back rooms after asking guidance from Hephaestus. Like, hey, Can you, like, point me anyway? Nearly knocks over an entire display with this. Is in, like, a little back room. Finds a tiny little statue that looks suspiciously like them, like all the other fucking tieflings in this party who have found things suspiciously like them. And it is named Tyr. To which they then go and have time to go to a library and they read and they do research, which is not their strong point.
Hold on. Yeah, we're
we're
sorry.
getting-
This is not our first session.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're all so we had a whole bunch of recordings and then they got deleted. So
We're trying our best to do a recap, and it is
We keep jumping back and forth on our recap.
our recap because we have
keep jumping around.
We got sidetracked.
Yeah,
okay,
but
yeah.
Claire goes to the library and does research about their own lineage as well as Hephaestus. During this time, there is Cadha, Offred, and Delphi are going and pleading to the Council of Dwarves to go and get
Destroy the
information.
portal.
To destroy
want
the portal that
destroyed.
we escaped out of the Astral Sea. And we said, hey, this is a security risk. Would you potentially, possibly consider dismantling it
Let's
to
just
where
break
it can't
for
be
now.
used?
Yeah, and
I
Offred.
will like to say as well, for the future, before next week, I'll have a little. Oh God, what is the thing I'm trying to say? Little thing. So I'll have like our names, our character names,
Like a background?
pronouns, and all of that stuff. A nice background, and actually emojis that all match together.
It's okay.
No,
Resident
okay.
artist, we love.
So we were talking to the council because we want the portal to be destroyed since we're concerned about mind flayers coming through the portal.
We did fight them there.
Right. And previous to this, Offred had stopped at because Offred is not actually a like classic D&D campaigner. He's actually a craftsman. So he was like, I'm going to be an upstanding person and go back to my guild and report on what I've been doing. And he stupidly gave the guildmaster the notes that he had just like been taught on how to make portals to other dimensions. And
From
then he went
Daedalus
off
himself.
right, from Daedalus himself. So, and then we go off to the council. We spend this entire very stressful day in the Dwarven Council trying to convince them that the portal in the archives is a threat and they need to destroy it. And no, this is not Matilda walking around. This is very, very similar look-alike. And Offred doubts much.
Matilda happening to be a very notorious war hero.
Right.
By the way, since I'm the one reading chat, I'll answer questions on occasion.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I'm answering them in
just what
chat.
Pumpkin say. Thank you. Because I have to mute myself whenever
I'm
CC
talking.
Whenever CC's speaking, because we're in the same room. So
No, I was just letting people continue to go, and I was just kind of answering them in chat.
I love you so much, Pumpkin, for doing that. Because my brain's like, you were doing note-taking, and you stopped writing it down, and now it's
there. So the council, while we were in the council, we were trying to convince them to destroy the portal because it was a risk. Basically being like, no, this is not Matilda, but we may or may not be implying that Matilda's alive. Because that got us in here in the first place. And we discovered that there was a traitor on the council who had essentially orchestrated the bomb and the drugs that Talia.
I never actually said Matilda's name. I just said the
True.
Storm Singer.
True. We just
Which
used
is
the moniker.
I think a majority of the read's going to be like Spark Notes, because I don't think any of us have like the bandwidth to do like a big read, so it's probably just going to be mostly Spark Notes. I assume.
It's mostly Spark Notes. Whenever you see,
because it is a lot, but it will be Spark Notes.
When you see shenanigans ensue, that means there is
Right.
more detail, and you're going to have to read my book later.
Right, because we are writing this down.
This is this is getting published as a novel, which the first chapter is already out, isn't it, Pumpkin?
It is. It's on my Ko-fi.
Right.
Oh, spark notes are like the summary
Hold up.
of a book.
Wait up. Hold up.
Like
Hold
bullet
up. You
points.
don't know? Hang on. How old are we?
We're
Are we
old,
so
okay?
old? Is Spark Notes no longer a thing? Spark
Wait,
Notes is
is
like
Spark
how
Notes
you
not a
cheat
thing?
your way through
Wait,
English class.
is it not? Hold on, I'm
Hold on,
googling.
everyone relax. I think it's more just assuming D&D Spark Notes, but it's just like when you're in high school and they're like, oh yeah, here's Spark Notes. It's basically that, but for
It's the
this
thing that
campaign.
you read when you don't actually read the book.
Okay, the website is still in existence.
Oh gosh.
Okay, we're not.
So we're not
Spark
that old.
Notes, Spark Notes
Drop
is
it
how
into
you
the
would cheat
chat.
your way through English class in college, because you would be told to read a novel, and you're like, I don't have the time to do this. I'm working a full-time job. So you would read the Spark Notes.
It's just basically a haha funny word for summaries.
Yeah,
told
it
to
would,
read
it would
Jane
have all the
Austen, and
major
I
plot
did.
points for you and like breakdowns and such, but it wouldn't make you read
It's
the whole
like-
novel.
Right.
Spark
It's
Note.
enough to understand the story, but not necessarily enough to pass the test if your teacher's sneaky.
If they cite specific passages, you're screwed.
We all panic about our age.
we're
on a
just-
regular
we're
You
basis,
just-
it's
said
fine.
you made us feel so old for a second. We're like, no, wait.
Listen, I know that
No,
I'm
it's
technically
also-
the
it's
baby
also
of
our
this
first
party,
time,
but
like, streaming. It's also our first time streaming, so we're all a little chaotic until we get the hang of it.
No, we're gonna be
So-
like this every week.
No, we're not gonna be like this every week.
we'll find our groove inevitably. We just don't the casino ever again.
This is the first
that we
time
leave that
we've-
in the ground.
Yeah,
Anyway.
this is the first time we've had everybody on the screen together. Cheese and I have done stuff together. Sticks and I have done stuff together. Cece and I have done stuff together. But this is the first we've really gotten everybody on all together.
No worries, we got you. No worries.
No, you're good. It's not a D&D term.
No, you're all good. Hi, Hank.
Okay,
So council. So yeah, so we
The
figured
council.
like destroy the portal. Maybe imply that a like an immense war hero is back. Apparently found out that Avrid's mother caused chaos in the city before she hightailed it out of the city. So yeah.
Apple doesn't fall
Found
far
out
from the
found out a council member was a traitor and was essentially plotting to blow the city up so that he could become the lord of the city, which is like, so the dwarven cities kind of run like a union, I guess is the best way to explain it. So like you have a king, but the king's job is pretty much just a figurehead, or like kind of like the English parliament. He's the figurehead, but he's also the only one that's allowed to declare war. Everything else is decided by the council
Oh, hey.
and the guild masters. So like each craft has a guild, and each guild master or guild lord is appointed to the council. So that is where they're like basically appealing to the guild lord council of like, hey, this is a threat in the city. We think you should deal with this threat. And like we eventually convinced most of them that they should destroy the portal. We found out that one of them was a traitor and was planning to destroy the city in order to he could become basically the king. And then as we left, we went back to the guild hall, which is where like it's Avrid's guild. That's where he is a master and like basically studying to become a lord. And yeah, so we found out that they just kind of decided to start randomly opening portals to other dimensions.
Yeah.
And yeah, and
we forgot about councilman, our good councilman,
the traitor one.
The one with
the
the
good
potato nose.
the one with the potato nose.
Voss's
We can't
fantastic
go-
disguise. This
The
is what the
thing that-
Mojo
the
has
thing-
to tell. Mojo, you have
Yes.
to tell this recap.
You're
and
talking
you'll have to
about
let it interrupt you.
you're talking about the thing that Sky wanted to avoid talking about.
Absolutely,
Or
Sky's not here
maybe
to stop us
not.
I'm not
anymore.
here to stop us.
So, oh boy, so this
Sky
is
left.
this is a sort of a different
Where's the
thing
rum?
that is
Everybody
happening
take a
between
drink.
Oh no, my drink is empty. Okay, give me a moment.
Hydrate,
a
everybody.
little side quest between me and Talia as we go to the hobo of one of the councilmen.
Hold on, I have
find
to
out-
hydrate.
Okay, but like if I rehydrate, my bottle of wine is empty.
Then you get
Do you not
more.
have water?
You're supposed supposed to
More
have
water.
It's a hydrate button. Wine doesn't hydrate. I say with tea in my hand.
Right, tea doesn't hydrate either.
Higher water content than
I
wine.
have Sprite.
Yes,
so-
Vaso.
I dubbed this as the Mission Impossible scene between me and Talia as we both combine both of our broken abilities to just infiltrate this entire humble abode of a councilman without being detected at least once. And it was
Great.
upsetting very much to our DM.
I cannot believe you walked out of there.
With the body, remember that.
We did. We carried that body.
body.
As we broke in, we also found out about this whole trifecta of this sort of access of the different groups plotting a whole big scandal within the continent itself. You had the elves working with the dwarves and elves working with the Remnesian Empire. A whole bunch of nonsense, a whole bunch of political nonsense.
Was that the reason why we went back to Ram?
No.
Yes. Well,
Was that part of the reason why we went back to Ram?
We went to Ram because we wanted to get what's in that vault.
the vault, yeah,
No,
the vault.
We didn't have
The vault has been the goal. We just kind of keep learning more things about
we
the
just
vault.
found out about there's this whole conspiracy going on between these three kingdoms. And that they're essentially the dwarves and the elves also knew that this bomb was supposed to go off in Crowd Gildemore for all these events to happen, so that this whole big war, finally to take over the north side of Vermont.
It's okay, Drums. It's
Yeah.
You don't really need the knowledge, and
It's not really
to
important.
launch our group.
It is political mumbo jumbo that's probably
It
not
really
gonna be.
is.
It's not gonna get even used at all in this campaign because I told
Want
Sky like, I
political
want this.
intrigue.
Yeah. I want Sky to use it. It's completely different outside of everything.
I was gonna
But
say,
anyways,
you
we
don't
grab
need-
we grab the guy, knock him out, and we carry this dude as I am disguised poorly as this.
With the
councilman.
disguise kit, not even disguise self.
Yeah, disguised kid.
kit.
I put a
Like,
pillow on me.
makeup.
I put a potato on my nose. I try to look my best like this person. And we
Not to mention,
really-
you're carrying out a dwarf, and you are a tiefling human who's like what? You're like 5'9", 5'10".
I was crouching a lot.
Crouching a lot. And mind you, before our distinguished councilman makes his way back to the council, Flair gets to see.
I will say
just
our
councilman.
designated arsonist is either Talia or Flair. That is.
Oh yeah,
The biggest,
That's
the
either
biggest,
Talia or
I
Flair.
am one of the designated arsonists.
the biggest part of it all.
I will say Talia earns the title of designated arsonist #1 because Spooky House, and her first instinct was to set the building ceiling on fire.
Oh no, that did happen.
That is early campaign. We're not discussing that. That was from DM
It's
who shall not be
story.
named.
It's getting novelized.
It's getting
Yeah,
novelized.
I'm
That will be
rewriting it all.
novelized. It's great.
But yeah, continue.
But,
Continue.
I'm
Well,
So
making
council,
it
our
bad.
distinguished councilman,
Great.
sneaking his unconscious body out of the
Yes.
house and is
Yes.
in town
Yes.
with Talia. Nobody
Yes.
ever sees Talia.
Nope.
Flair walking out of the library, just a mess, dealing with their own existential crisis, sees the councilman, clocks that it's Vaso, because they rolled
Yes.
well enough that it was like, that's just Vaso with a potato on his face. And proceeds
No,
to
I'm
go
the councilman.
and just proceeds to go and refer to him as councilman. Like, oh, where are you going, councilman? And like, oh, do you have your aide with you? Like, code for Talia? Like, ah, yes, she's about. And then they go to the council and
Where I
arrive.
Just
in
drop the
disguise.
traitor. I just dropped the traitor
The
before all of
traitor.
them. Give them all the
Yeah,
evidence
back to
they
the
need.
council chambers where Flair did not go.
Yeah. Quite right. And
they-
Sky, our DM, does not want to recap any of that because it literally broke the game.
It
To him.
really
To them,
did.
to them.
Yeah, see, I would light everything on fire.
It broke the game to our DM, and that's why they don't like talking about it. They're
Cheers,
so
you
upset
drunk
how all these events happen and how we got all these roles.
Correct. This is one of those moments where Sky really does come in clutch as DM, and I love playing dungeon. I'm so sad that they're not here to hear this. I've said it to their face before though. I love that Sky just wants to let us have fun, and is like, you know what? Yeah, I guess we're having to make that work because you rolled so well. And they're not the kind of DM that's like, well, no, that's physically impossible, and I won't let you do that. It's the, you know what? Sure, I guess why not?
The times where he was gonna stop me from doing, my chaos, but then he went back on his word and said, "No, you can do it." Oh.
Go ahead, just go.
Literally, Sky goes and hesitates and says, "Nah, I lied. Do it. I want to see what happens."
But no, I mean, I think I'm with drums. I kind of do set things on fire.
You do.
Well, you did drown someone, or nearly so.
Oh yeah.
We're not even there. Wait, no, did we skip that in Talia's grave?
No, we haven't got there. So
Council,
we got to spindle the dwarf. And then after that, like, we all went home, and Talia was like, "I'm gonna go interrogate the traitor." Except when she got there, was there 3 eventually, or just 2?
No, there was 3.
3. So okay, so in
third in
okay, so world lore. There's the priest and the temple of Persephone, which are more. They're the more gentle side of Persephone. They still they still deal in death, but they're more of like death rituals and like the renewing of life kind of aspect of death. And then you have the mistresses of Hela, which are assassins. They're an assassin guild. And
you don't want to have a hit of the mistresses of Hela be put out on you.
You cannot call you cannot call it off. Like, once you call a hit out with the mistresses, you cannot cancel it, and they will continue until their mark is dead. So
the only way to remove it is the person who put the mark out is allowed to
that's not even supposed to. Technically, the only person that's ever done that has been Loki themselves. And anybody else, it's basically, once you call a hit, that's the end of the story. You cannot cancel it, you can't revoke it, and the mistresses do not stop until the subject is dead. So the fact that, like, Halfrida, who is Avrid's mother, she faced several of the assassins and ended up walking away alive is so unheard of. And then Talia walks in to talk to this turncoat dwarf, and there's 3 assassins there to kill the dwarf, which they do succeed.
They did succeed.
In the course of the battle, they do succeed in killing the dwarf, but Talia manages to very nearly kill one of them, very much injures a second one, but walks away alive, which is...
Oh no, we're in ads!
Oh no!
Well, this is a good
See,
time.
I don't have... It doesn't tell me that I'm having ads show. Like, I don't have ads.
I'm not either.
Alright, well...
That's because you are both editor, or because you're both moderators.
Mods. Oh wait, we're both mods. That makes sense.
Well, I have subscribers, but you can be a moderator.
Well, no. So I was on my non-affiliate account Saturday. When I was moderating Saturday, I was on the other account, so I would hit ads infrequently. But I forgot I'm on Cece's account today. I'm not on my sneaky account. But yeah, so like, mistresses of Hela are very, very bad, and Talia walked away from combat situation with 3 of them alive.
I almost lost my life. Like,
Talia had a near-death experience with the mistresses of Hell and still did not learn a lesson.
Nope.
I mean, okay.
The lesson she learned was, I need health potions.
Right, yeah. She went, I need health potions.
That was Talia's lesson, not, maybe I shouldn't go and kill murderous assassin lady. Maybe I shouldn't use a magical bag and say geyser and have a water spout shred half of this girl's face off. No!
I was pulling everything that I had in my bag, okay?
Literally,
the amount of things that Talia is walking around with. So okay, so Talia's
Talia,
current.
can you list your bag?
Yeah, so you have a necklace of something from Kronos.
I don't
you have a
I don't remember
You have
the necklace
Da-da-da-da.
name. I don't remember the name at all.
Now we have names.
You have a character sheet.
I do, but we never did add the necklace to it because I never knew the name, and Sky never made the necklace
made
for
a
me
like
to add
card
to
for
my
it. Well, okay,
It's
that was
fine.
probably right in the D&D Beyond Apocalypse. I think
It
was
was
at the
it was
time we
right
got
in
that.
the Dragonopolis.
Yeah. Okay, so but so from campaign 1, you have at least 2 magic swords.
Yes.
Okay, and then campaign 2, you got what was your gift for starting campaign 2? We all got one like special item.
Mine was the bagpipes.
I don't think
Okay.
I got anything. I don't remember
Really?
getting anything. Yeah.
Everybody got one.
Because
magic item.
I got I have
Yours
the
was trick
great
shot.
bag of trick.
Talia's
It was
gift
the
was
trick shot.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
mine
you
was
got the
boat.
ship. All right, that makes
Talia
sense.
got a very nice
Yeah,
present.
Talia got a
Like
really cool
flying
ship.
boat.
Okay, yeah. So she got a badass ship. And then you've got the necklace from Kronos. You have a dagger from Kronos, which affects. So you can use it to attack, and then. Well, yeah. So you can make an
Where's
attack
the
with it,
ramen?
and then it's
Everybody take a drink.
delayed.
I finished my orange juice too fast.
I still have
Better go
wine.
get
I'm
another
good.
drink.
I gotta get a drink.
All right, continue.
So you have the dagger that affects time, so you can basically stab, and then it's what, at will or within 24 hours it takes effect.
Yep.
Does it do anything else?
Let me look.
It also gives you haste, if I remember correctly.
Haste and slow.
I think so.
Haste. No, the haste and slow is for the necklace.
Okay.
Okay.
This one is just essentially I have 3 charges, and I could either essentially if I stab them, it's not going to really do anything until I activate it, and it kills them on command or 24 hours, or within the 24 hours.
It was said, hey, you want to stab somebody and get away with the assassination and have a perfectly liable alibi? Here you go.
Right.
Knife. Because it was also
And then
Daedalus said, oh, I have a vestige of Kronos. You saved my life single-handedly. Here you go.
right.
the
And
dagger?
then that was the dagger. That was the dagger and the necklace.
Okay.
And then he sent the ring to the vault. Wait, the ring is in the vault.
We're skipping. We're skipping.
We're still in the vault.
No,
We're still actively in the vault.
No, we're not.
Huh?
No, we're not.
No, we're not.
No, we're on the tree.
Okay. We're loosely.
We pretty much ruined our chances to go back into the vault.
No, see, that's the thing. Well, I'm not gonna skip ahead to the recap, but I'm just gonna tell you this flat out to tell you what's going on here. We are in a different plane of existence right now.
Yeah.
We are not longer in the vault.
No, we crossed the Bifrost.
When we
Okay,
were
but
running
we're
away,
also not in the city either. So
but we try to go back into the vault now. Those things are gonna be still prepped and ready to kill us.
I'm not convinced One Piece isn't a D&D campaign. Okay? I am not convinced that Oda's not sitting there with a bunch of dice just rolling for these kids.
So the guys Team 4-Star, they actually do have a One Piece D&D campaign.
I love that for them.
It's fucking amazing. Sorry.
All right.
So many.
So daggers.
We got the
daggers, and then she got the pistol. So she has like an actual flintlock pistol.
Yes.
Yeah, Grandma gave me the pistol.
Grandma gave you a pistol, and then what did you acquire in the? Wait, did you get anything special from Death when you made the deal with Death?
I don't remember.
And then you stole something out of the vault.
I think it was like something that had a wish.
Yeah, so it's like I think it's a sword that has the wish spell attached to it.
Scimitar.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. The scimitar with one wish, and we all very much metagamed. in that moment and said, "Don't use it."
But I remember making a deal with Death, but I don't remember the deal at the moment.
That's fair.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. I kind of remember the deal with, but we're not there yet.
Because essentially, I'm making a bond. I made a bond with him, and I don't think I got anything from him though.
Not yet. I think you might have gotten a level in sorcery or warlock.
Yeah, I became a warlock instead.
The power shifted from
and another
divine
hydration.
to...
Oh my god! So many
Dang.
hydration. I'm gonna have to pee.
Okay, drums. How many of those do you got?
Drums is trying
Okay,
to
so
drown
back to
us.
after our side quest of all the cool things Talia has in her bag. So yeah, assassins. Talia was a badass and survived the assassins. May or may not have maybe won herself a ticket onto the assassin guild.
I hope so.
One day in the future,
Yes.
right? You're either you're either part of the club or you're soon to be a mark. One or the other.
Right.
There is beef between
no,
you
Drums
and
is
the
gonna
half-base
do it again.
girl. No, don't do it
Drums
again.
is out to drown us.
Yeah.
I've been having to take sips. I drink
Okay, look,
so much
no one
liquids.
said it had to be hydration. I'm just drinking out of the cup. What's in the cup?
It says, "Where's the rum?"
Really my decision.
Parentheses hydrate.
Well, because I was questioning it because I didn't know where's
Cece
the
only hears.
Where's the rum?
Where's the rum? Wine? Is wine okay?
I'm like, I have wine. My rum is unfortunately in the liquor cabinet. I have wine this evening.
Back to the focus. We are in the dwarves. We are now back to the artisan guild, right? That's where we were.
Okay, yeah, no. So portals.
Portals.
Yeah. So we
Flaming portals.
waltzed in. We walked into the glass guild and discovered that the guildmaster had very foolishly decided that opening random portals to different dimensions was a perfectly plausible plan.
Which also, the caveat on those was you could not open a portal to a
unless
plane
you've been there.
you had never been to.
Right.
Yeah, you had to be there.
Right.
Which is scary as shit for what
Which
not
is scary as shit. Right. Because it's like, okay, so Avrid was, Avrid knew that, like, you had to be at the realm before to open a portal to that realm. Like, that's the way the spell works. But he was not aware of what realm the guildmaster had opened, or the guild lord had opened. And so when we got there to this portal being open, Vaso freaked out, Cadha freaked out, Cadha exploded every artifact of glass within the building, and sequentially Avrid was dismissed from the guild, which essentially means everything was stripped from him. His entire career is over. So he's going through it.
His crest too. Right, he did go and have a little wander. Was that when you went down to Loth?
No, that was, I ended up in the Shales.
You were in the shady part of town, and everyone's like, "Please come back."
Yeah, I ended up in the
like,
Shales.
"Please come back." Kate is like, "I'm sorry, please come back."
Yeah, we're going through it, guys. Yeah, so that happened, and then so timeline got fuzzy because we got
too.
Yeah, you did that yeah, you were disguised.
I was a gnome.
And then
I thought you were a fellow dwarf.
No, for that part I was running around as a gnome. I turned into a dwarf after that to hide the fact that I was the gnome who blew up the portal.
Because Flair did run into you. It was, here's Vaso, here's Avrid, this dwarf. Flair's like, "What are you doing with my brother?
Yeah.
Who are you?" And then it's Cadha's voice. It's like, this is...
And then at some point, so between Delphi dying in the astral plane, he got a vision of a beam from Apollo completely, like, cutting through the mountainside. So that happened in actuality as he was watching it. And then, was it at the same time the wall of water was risen as the beam of light that went across the mountain? Or did that happen afterwards?
No, they were the same time.
They're the same time. So yeah, so when Delphi died in the astral sea, he had this vision from Apollo of a beam of Apollo cutting the mountainside apart, which is where Halfrida, Sig, and Jakar are headed.
It wasn't a beam from Apollo. It was a beam of Poseidon. It was Poseidon, wasn't it?
No, Poseidon was the wall of water.
Poseidon was the
Right,
wall.
the arrow.
It was the arrow.
Might be.
Yeah,
I
so
forgot.
the arrow of Apollo.
I was like sitting there. I was like, I was standing next to Apollo. He was trying to romance me, and it wasn't working out for him.
He had too many red
Which
flags.
is a record, but you know, that's beside the point.
But yeah, so the arrow smote the mountain and caused basically a giant pass between the Elven Kingdom and the Minotaur Kingdom, which is where Halfrida, Sig, and Jakar are supposedly headed.
Nope.
And then at the same time,
Jakar's not there. He split before he went to Axel's bar.
To what we know.
It's, as far as we were aware at this point in the recap,
Those were his instructions from Vaso. That as soon as he gets to Axel's bar to split, and he'll go fulfill his quote-unquote mission.
Okay. At the same time, a giant wall of water was raised in the bay, which is what completely encased the bay in front of Kov Gildemore. So we as the party, we're headed for the vault in Rhea, and we skimmed over the wall of water, or we went around it. Because we kind of went one direction, and then we went south, go to where your brother was supposedly at.
Oh,
Or
right.
Delphi's brother.
That's when we discovered that
We can do warp?
we can do warp speed, and
We can warp speed.
Atmosphere is not
What's
given.
that?
We are not given with atmosphere in warp speed. Another hydration. God damn. I literally am avoiding drinking a beverage because I know this is happening.
Guys, apparently we talk a lot. We need to hydrate.
We do.
We do. We're talking about a lot of things. We have been consistently talking for about 2 hours, almost 3 hours.
3 hours.
2 hours and 46 minutes.
Yeah.
About more. We're not even to main point.
Nope.
We're getting there, okay?
We're getting there.
I
love you,
did
guys.
not. I mean, like, I knew, like, in my head, I knew all of this. I didn't actually realize how much has happened.
A lot of things have happened.
A lot has happened.
A lot of things have happened. But Talia uses her newfound spaceship boost to ricochet us across the continent in 30 seconds.
Yeah, basically.
Before she starts to lose consciousness for an absence of oxygen. And then we say, okay, we're not doing that again.
I forgot that happened.
Because we made sure almost everyone was underneath deck because we said, Delphi, you're not falling off the ship again.
Right.
Because he fell off the ship twice when we did warp normally.
We did this is the first time we've like actually warped. Like we did like speed boost before.
We did sonic
and then the artisan then the artisan basically linked our ship to the whatever the one realm.
The astral sea?
No, the other realm, the fire realm.
So no, the fire realm.
I didn't fall off twice. I didn't fall off twice.
You fell off once, nearly fell off.
Yeah, I almost fell off the first time, but I got caught.
I caught you.
Well, yeah, you caught me, and then the second speed boost we got, I fell off. And then Talia saved me because I hit the water, and Sky's like, yeah, so do your constitution saves, and I go, Delphi can't swim, and then they just go, oh, well, you're drowning now.
Yeah.
And then Talia saved me, and that was the first time I died, technically. That was my first Apollo vision. And then, then we had the warp speed. But yeah.
Warp speed was genuinely, like, we're getting ready to do what? Everybody under deck? I don't care how much rope we have.
Right.
We go to, it was like a cave? It was basically, Delphi had a vision where he was supposed to meet up with his brother. And it was Delphi and Cadha that went down on the dinghy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they go to this cave
Cadha
where
ends up
Delphi's
going off on solo adventures with folks a
very,
lot.
very
Yeah,
unhinged brother
we
has like little murder
don't communicate well as a party. As much as we are all friends, we don't communicate well as a party.
Nope.
Our characters are a little bit of assholes because that's what they started off with, and then we got all emotionally invested and also a little spiteful about our characters, and now we're just having to make it work.
I
Well,
love
first
this
of all-
character, and I'll be damned if she doesn't make it into other campaigns.
Correct.
But
Anyway.
yeah, it was Kata and I went down to Delphi's childhood home, which is now just burned in ash because brother set it on fire. But yeah, that's where we were supposed to meet, and then we took for fucking ever to get there. And of
We got
course,
stuck
when we
in the
get there,
astral sea.
he's gone. Yeah, that tends to happen when you're stuck in the astral sea. But yeah. So we missed him, and instead there's just a body hung up. And it was just like, you disappointed me. And I was just like, great. This is not helping me rescue my brother, guys. We need to stop doing this because I'd very much like to not have to kill my brother. Because I will go off the deep end.
Because that was also
If anything happens to my remaining family members, Delphi is just gonna go full villain. Like that's just there is nothing else there for him to care about. As much as he loves his party, his family.
His brother is so unhinged to the point where
His brother
he's like
is very
obsessed with
unhinged.
lineage.
But the problem is that Delphi's not wanting to give up.
No, that's so it's fair. You're allowed to have that. But the brother at this meetup murdered a bunch of people that looked like Delphi's family. Picked someone that looked enough like Delphi, and then proceeded to carve into this poor corpse and stick them up. And there was like a sign, blood as well.
Yeah, well, I think I don't remember that much.
There was an ominous ass sign. I remember.
Yeah, there was
like,
an ominous sign. But yeah, it's like he does. I think he's at the point where it's just like, yeah, my brother's like fucking insane, but I can fix him.
We also did get confirmation through Cadha that because she scryed on him that he is in fact insane. And going absolutely bonkers.
He has other people's souls in his brain.
Yeah.
Right? That's what Cadha saw.
Yeah.
That's what Cadha's
heard.
That's what
certified a little bit of Cadha's sanity just to go into his brain.
Yeah, it's.
I didn't tell you that.
I think. No, you didn't. But I think Delphi's like, okay, this is like for me, using Delphi, it's like he's not going to give up unless like he absolutely has to kill him. But if he can avoid it, he's going to. So he's gonna do every little string on this rope that he can just to, save him. That's. He's done losing family members, and he will be damned if he loses another.
I'm out. I'm empty.
Get some water.
Hydrate.
Yeah, he'll be damned if he has to lose another family member, which is why I'm like, if he loses one, he's going off the deep end. He's like, I can't do this anymore, guys. That's it.
I love that you're over here, like, because you tangentially have lost both your birth parents. You've lost your adoptive parent. And you're like, if I lose one more family member, I'm going off the end. Offred's over here. He's actually technically not lost any family members other than his father. And he's over here like, I'm literally about to burn the world down because you threatened my family.
Well, I'm not saying that given the opportunity that Delphi may go off the deep end of smidgen, because it's just a lot, he just consumed the sun.
He's just a guy.
He's just a guy. He's going through it.
Does Delphi have a Kenough pin?
He does.
No,
he does.
At least we are spared because for what? Literally up to that point, up to the point where I found out where my brother was. All of campaign 2 was just this like potential if your brother is the one who captured and tortured my brother, like, all bets are off. Ovid will kill Delphi's brother. Like, no questions asked. It will be the end. And then Sky thankfully was like, oh no, he's just trapped in this magic stone and you just have to, like, get him out of here. But yeah, like, a good chunk of campaign 2 has just been Ovid and me panicking about, like, oh dear lord, like, Delphi's brother has, like, captured and tortured Ovid's brother this entire time, and we're gonna have this giant showdown because Delphi wants to protect his brother, and Ovid's gonna be like, get out of the way.
And I don't want to say that Delphi would fight Ovid, but what I'm saying is Delphi would fight Ovid. It like, if that was the case, it'd be like, hey, look, I know we traveled together, but
See, also, the other part of this that then gets even extra messy is because everybody... Like, Vaso is now dating Ovid, so if Ovid gets attacked, Vaso is most likely to go and help Ovid. Cadha's a wild card on whether or not she would agree. But Flare
would depend on the situation.
It depends on the situation.
Cadha's
Has a
pretty
blood pact
situational on
with
her morality.
Delphi, and is a brother to Ovid, and knows the brother that is lost.
which would be it would be like a very like...
I'm so glad that we got to the point where we were like, no, he didn't torture him. We're like,
right.
Yeah, I'm glad we could avoid that timeline. But now I have to go with the fact that it was like, okay, well now it could be anybody. Before I was like, okay, I could take on Ovid.
Wow.
I could take on Ovid. Gabriel doesn't roll high enough.
You're right. It doesn't matter. Back then I would have been a paladin. All I gotta do is hit once and I can just stack everything on top of it.
And that's
you can't.
No, you gave it up. Smite no more.
When
No,
Delphi's
I feel like
comes back to haunt him.
I feel like it's gonna be a big moral contradiction. Not contradiction, but moral crisis. If it's the party versus his brother. Because it's like, that's who he's looking for this entire time. And
I think
to have the party against him would be very... Because he trusts everybody on this party. He doesn't act like it, but he does.
I think if it's a singular incident, like if it's your brother alone versus the entire party, the party would be with you on capturing him versus killing him. But if we get in a combat situation where he is actively attacking people or hurting people, that's when you're going to start.
He's the general, that's when the incapacitation is the goal, and we're going to try to not kill him and capture him.
Right, I'm going to attempt to not kill him, but if my hits and it's like all the hit points, we can revive him later.
We have a
we have a cleric.
I already have it in my mind. It's like, if it is just me versus brother, there will be no attack rolls. It'll all be just trying to subdue him or just get him down enough that others could subdue him. Like, that's already in my brain. I'm like, if it ever goes down to that, it will be kid gloves. There will be no... Because it's like, I don't want you to see me as your enemy, because I am not your enemy. I don't want to be your enemy, so don't fight me right now.
See, I love how you're like, I don't want to be your enemy, and Ovid literally walked into this vault purposefully asking for Osav to come with them, because he knew if he walked into this vault and he found his brother, and if his brother was basically a threat to anybody outside of this vault, was relying on the fact that Osav would kill his own brother, versus letting him get out and be a danger to other people. And it's like, we are two different people. Ovid would rather look at it as, I lost my brother in that battle, and that is where he died, and this person is not my brother, than, watching his brother turn into, a monster that destroyed everything.
Yeah, I think...
I think the brother?
Yeah.
You mean Delphi's brother?
No. It's your brother, Ovid's brother.
Andor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Andor.
No, I'm saying the
I
monster's
think- I
destroying
think-
everything. He is.
Right.
He's killed so
I
many
mean,
people
yeah,
right
your
now.
brother
He's
is,
killed so
but
many people.
that's
So many
Delphi's.
people.
That's Delphi's. Like that's his brother. That's his decision. It's just the difference of characters. Of like Delphi's like, I'm going to do everything to save my brother, and Avrid's like, I've gone through 5 years of grieving the death of my brother, and I just found out that he may or may not be alive. And if I discover him and he is a danger to everyone's existence, as far as I'm concerned, my brother died years ago, and what needs to be done to keep the safety of everybody else is what needs to be done. I've already mourned my brother's death for 5 years. I'll just continue forward as that my brother died 5 years ago. Like, it's the difference of characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is definitely the difference because Delphi hasn't mourned because he's like, my brother's not dead. He's just out in the world somewhere fucking insane, whatever. Whereas Avrid's had the time to process it. So like, yes, it would be devastating for Avrid, but I think Avrid's already like at the point where he's like, if it dies, then it's like,
Yeah.
yes, I
Avrid
have a
has
little bit of
processed his
mourning.
grief.
Yeah, Avrid
He's
has
still
processed
working
his
through it, but
grief,
yeah.
whereas Delphi has not, because
Delphi is in
he's like,
denial.
he's at the point where he's like, my brother's not fully gone. I feel like there's just he'll take any glimmer of hope at this point. I think he's clinging on to the hope that he can save him, and that might just be his little mini savior complex, but
No.
he really wants to do everything he possibly can, even if it like breaks him. He'll do anything. I feel like. So even if like he'll reach the bottom of his barrel before he's like, okay, this is a lost cause. I can't do this anymore.
Yeah.
At
What
that point,
would
someone may
make-
have to make a decision for him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what would be Delphi's last
Breaking
straw with his brother?
I don't know. I think
Oh.
I think the last
love
straw
that answer.
might. I think yeah. I don't know. I feel like if his brother directly went for his sister, like directly, because it's like the whole thing with the cult at.
I mean, you know
Persephone's
your
temple.
sister has got to be a descendant, because the
Yes.
statue of Persephone looked exactly like her.
No, yes, exactly. So I think if it was directly like this is what he did, like at this point he doesn't think that it is his brother's complete fault that the temple was attacked. I technically don't know if it was a direct attack, but I think if his brother directly went for his sister, that would be like, okay, you completely lost your fucking mind. Like,
He has.
because I think, well, yes, he has. But I think they both have that thing where it's like sister does not get touched. Period. That is a non-negotiable. But yeah, I think that would be a breaking point. I don't know anything else that would happen that would make him have to make a decision. But that's for future Styx to worry about. That's a future Delphi issue. And hopefully it won't be an issue at all. But, you know, tee-hee.
Tee hoo hoo.
It's
Um,
11 o'clock. We need to
Yeah.
finish recapping.
I was about to say, we got to the Dwarven settlement. We got to the concept of everything got shattered. Avrid is now a broken man. We are leaving and we go to Rhea, which is the capital that we were
Nope.
previously.
We went to Talia's family
Holy-
town
Right,
first.
we did go to Talia's family first.
Because it was at this point that we all discovered, no, wait, we didn't get there first. We went to the island first,
Boy.
Oh God.
right? We went
Yeah,
to
it was
Artemis
islands.
Island first. And then we went to King's hometown. So anyway, so we went to the island of Artemis,
We had to get
and
rid of
the
fantasy
island,
cocaine.
right, the island of Artemis is actually magically protected so that no men or male identifying can step foot on the island with malicious intent. You can basically I'm gonna basically drop some cargo here and I'm gonna go back on my ship and I'm gonna leave, but you cannot stay on the island. It's a protected island. So we stopped there after we learned that Delphi's brother was not where we were hoping he was gonna be. Avrid said, I've stepped in too many temples, talked to too many gods, because at this point he has talked to at least Helios, which is one god more than he ever wanted to talk to. So he was like, I'm going to stay on the ship. And everybody else went
I thought
up
it was
to...
Loth that was the strand for you.
Oh, yeah, and Loth. Okay, yeah, so he's talked to Helios and Loth, and that is 2 gods more than he ever wanted to talk to. He's like, I'm going to stay on the ship right here. And he writes a letter to his uncle, who is a guild lord back in his hometown, basically saying, hey, you know, if the information gets to you about how to open these portals, do not open these portals. He lets his uncle know about the betrayal in Kaf Gildamore, and hopefully that letter gets there. We don't know if it did or not, but hopefully the letter gets there. Everybody else, minus Vaso, everybody else goes up to the temple of Athena, and they talk with Athena,
Nope.
Loki, Artemis. So
Artemis.
they go, so they end up talking to Artemis, Loki, and what was the wolf?
Oh, it was the moon wolf from Norse
The
mythology.
moon wolf.
We talked to Hati, and we were supposed to save school.
Yes.
Yeah, so they talked to Hati. So they ended up discovering, so while they were there, they discovered that Talia is actually the daughter of Loki. Like, full daughter of Loki.
Full demigod.
Full demigod.
Not metaphorical.
It's not several generations of lineage. Nope, they are fully daughter of Loki, escaped from the moon, and that's So we've been walking around with a full-on demigod. Hati asked Flare and Delphi to rescue their brother from the vault, which is kind of where we've all been headed this entire time. Was that all that we were asked to do at Artemis' temple?
It was
we met
Apollo.
We met Delphi's very distant relation.
Yes, Cassandra.
We met Cassandra.
Oh,
who is related.
Cassandra was very sweet, but
we
also
met Cassandra.
Burned. This was Cassandra actively burned by Apollo.
Right, and we also kind of learned that basically Artemis would shelter Delphi if he needed to get away from Apollo, because Apollo has been very not taking the hint, dude, bro. Yeah. Dude, bro. Sorry, Caden's whole face is red right now.
Oh.
Yeah. Then
you can't hear it, but I am tea kettle whistling.
Damn it! We're missing out on the tea kettle.
Right. So then from the island, we traveled over to Talia's hometown, which is where we met her grandmother, who is a badass ex-captain, who has basically taken over an entire town and runs the town and essentially the black market that we ended up selling all of our drugs at. So Talia is exceedingly rich. Her dad is an absolute house husband who is completely unawares that his daughter has become a pirate and is shacking up with some very shady people. And we're going to keep it that way.
We don't want to.
In the time that we were also in the black market, the entire crate of fantasy cocaine that Precious consumed earlier was sold by not only Talia, but her grandma as well.
Grandma did more of the selling than Talia did, if we're being honest. She practically set up a lemonade stand and said, "Come get your drugs."
Yeah.
Fresh lemonade.
Which even in the black market, this stuff was illegal.
This shit was like,
if the person who owns the black market is selling it, it's kind of hard to argue with her.
Right.
When the owner is going and bringing out her own special, you want to go and get it. Before that, Talia did have a tiny bag of fantasy cocaine that was exchanged for some dragon armor, and Flare benefited from that.
Oh, yeah.
I made a deal with somebody.
You did make a deal.
I made a deal with somebody to basically eat my fear, which probably won't come back to bite me in the ass. I have a safe word. I have a safe word.
Is it peaches or pineapple?
I believe I said pineapple. I believe pineapple's my safe word.
But yeah, while we were in the black market, because Cadha originally tried to disguise herself as a tiefling,
Mm-hmm.
She
we
was originally a
discovered.
cotton candy pink tiefling.
Oh yeah, she was adorable.
I was
She was
so
a combination of the party.
I was cute
She was. We discovered that tieflings are still a very hot commodity and are traded and sold in the black market.
That's something we'll have
So
to
we
deal
kept
with
an
at some
eye on
point.
all of our tieflings, which proved
More hard than possible, because Vaso.
Right, Vaso started
Was it Vaso
a
or
party,
Osav?
a raver. Vaso started a rave. Is
Well,
what
we were
Vaso.
trying to get out of Sour.
Osav's a human though, so he's fine.
Yeah.
Osav did start the craze rave because
Yeah,
there
Osav
was
started
the cops.
the rave.
The cops of the
'Cause-
black market came in, and that was not the vibe.
We needed a distraction, and Cadha choked.
And everyone went into madness, dancing wildly, pleasantly.
If you were hostile, it was not a fun
You were
time.
hostile, yes. Yeah, if you were turned into a vegetable.
But if you were like just vibing,
Right.
it was a grand time
It was a
for you.
grand time.
Great time.
But yeah, so we had the rave in the black market, and then we had dinner with Dad, and Mom made a guest
It was
appearance.
hot pot.
Right, it was hot pot. Okay,
Hot
a hot
pot.
pot. Good. We did do hot pot. We did hot. Anyway, okay, hot pot with Dad and Grandma, and Mom showed up, which is when the whole rest of the party realized that Talia was actually the daughter of Loki. It was also where we
Island. Because that was also
no,
because
Avra
like,
didn't
yes,
know.
I love my children.
It was the rest of the
Avra
party.
didn't know.
Oh, that's
It
right.
was
the
not
rest
the
of
party.
the
Avra didn't
found
Osav.
out.
Avra didn't know. Yeah,
They were
didn't
having
know.
their little date.
Oh, my dear aunt is here. But
Right.
Oh,
I think that's. But then I think that's
That's
also
when
when
we
we
got
found
the deal
out.
from Loki.
yep.
Right,
Yeah,
Loki called off the hit on my mother and my sister in order, like in return for Prometheus stones.
Which are
But
the
wasn't-
short term of the body of Odin,
Right,
chopped
but
up
wasn't
into
that
itty bitty bits.
Wasn't that also when we found out that Loth was just a different
No, Cadha
appearance
pretty
of
much
Loki?
knew that right away from the beginning, because...
Well, you knew that, but is that when everyone else figured that out?
Yes. There was a
I
lot of things revealed with
I
Loki.
think so.
Yeah, there was a lot with Loki at that point. And then after that, we went to the underground city at Rhea.
Because this is then when we start into the raid of Rhea. Because Rhea
Right.
is actively under siege with an undead army. That is where we meet Soul for a very short time. And then we had our break.
Oh, I got an ad.
Yep, we got ads.
Hey, that was a really good timing though for dramatic. If you will.
When will Soul return?
Hey babe, when are you returning to the campaign?
Damn.
Bump.
I got the response of that's a good question.
Oh
Bitch, you're coming back, I'm dragging you.
no! Okay, but did anyone else watch the video that I shared about owlbears and
Yeah,
Basic-
the pellets.
yeah, owlbear is basically making necromancer bombs.
Necromancer loot boxes.
I mean,
Yeah,
isn't that just
I
what
was like,
owl
look,
pellets
I'm not
are? Like,
saying,
you order
I'm
them
just
online, you get
suggesting.
bones. It's necromancer mystery box. Fine.
Right.
Are we done with
We
that
don't know
yet?
what's gonna pop out.
Are we still an ad?
Nope, we are out.
Okay, but we haven't. Okay, so for all the things that we've encountered in World, we really haven't actually expanded on the D&D monsters.
We haven't, because we don't fight a lot. Again,
We
most of
don't
this is
fight a lot. We
political
had,
intrigue. We're
like-
not murder hobos.
Okay, the ads over on my end.
Yeah,
So
no, the
we
ad's over.
really we got to we got to the entrance of the Undercity of Rhea, and we had Taras for the first time.
Listen here.
But, okay, yeah. So the other thing about that is
You little
buying
munchkin.
a trick,
Yes, you little
which is
munchkin.
Talia's ship, and then we get it to go down and actually be like a seafaring
An
ship.
Right?
actual seafaring ship.
We can cross the ocean, guys. We don't have to fly.
We can just cross the ocean normally. We're not gonna be. Get it? Talia's like, and like the ship takes some damage. That's one. And then we need a giraffe that's undead.
Right, which swallows Delphi and Vaso.
And then they're just like rattling around.
Killing Vaso. Yeah, killing Vaso, so Osov takes over. And
the entire time there's a leading part of the party that we're just like we're fighting. That fight took so long. It was anxiety inducing for like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
We finally get it dead. And then we go to one of the cities.
I took so many hit points from that Tarrasque first attack. It was like, oh, okay, we're getting out of range.
We got to, who was the underground that we were with?
Mojo knows.
Mojo, who was the underground person that we met?
One of the heads of the Cerberus. We were in company of Draco.
Yeah, Draco was which head of Divine House?
He's the left head of the Cerberus head houses.
But like, wasn't he also like another important body, or was he just?
He was formerly a contender for a throat in Lotra.
No,
right?
He was not.
He refused to take on the duties of a droat, which pissed off a certain bard, who then walked in and said, "Sir, I'm gonna whoop your ass." And he was like, "No, you're not. No warrior can defeat me." And she's like, "Bitch, I'm no warrior. I'm a bard."
Bard. She really is. Okay, I'm getting ready to jump back in the RP with baby Matilda, and I'm like, dear Lord.
Oh, baby Matilda.
She literally is. By that point in her
it.
timeline, she's literally 17 years old, which for Minotaur, she is a baby.
We got there.
Mm-hmm.
And then, how did we get to the vault? Because now we're actually almost close.
So,
we got food. We had a hero's
food
feast
first.
Yeah.
And then we basically got said, here's the entrance. And Avrid's magic opened the door, but there was somebody at the door first.
So
who was
the Thief King.
Hold on.
Yeah.
The Thief King who may or may not have the hots for Talia now.
So
you know, everybody has the hots for Talia.
She's a sexy pirate queen.
So
we could, go ahead, Mojo.
Let's elaborate. So throughout within the span of us going to the human side of Vermont and back to the city of Rhea, we are introduced to the three heads of power of the Underworld. One being Draco, the other is Valeria, the last being hold on, forgot his name already. Adelaus, who is the King of Thieves. These are the three figures of power of the Underworld City. And we met all three of them. Yes, before we got to the vault, we ran into Adelaus, who has essentially every key that belongs to a temple overseer within the city of Rhea.
Including Vaso's.
Which he gladly gave back.
He's really good at his job.
Which he gave back to Vaso because he did not want to deal with all the shit that he had to go through just to get this key. Mentally.
I mean, that's fair.
The Dionysus god of wine and madness.
But regardless, we managed to go through with the master key that Avrid had, which instead of us bringing us into the vault, brought us to an entire different plane of existence.
Which is
now how we get to Yggdrasil.
Yes, we're at Yggdrasil.
We are on the world tree of and there is a squirrel on the world tree.
Thank you. I like kisses. I don't
and
like to be chewed on.
For the mythology of the tree, in the top of the nest that, and has like the leaves fall off of the top of the tree, and there is a serpent at the roots of Yggdrasil that gnaws at the roots and starts to destroy the tree because of death. And Ratatosk is the shit stirrer. runs up and down the tree and eagle. I heard that the serpent said bid, and they said bet, and then they start destroying, and then runs back down, and does the same thing to the serpent. But he's like the guardian, and this is where Ratatosk is also a trickster. That is important to know as a mythological figure. Ratatosk is a trickster. Because who disappeared first? Was it Ovid?
Yeah. Okay. So Ovid. Yeah.
Ovid
No, it was
the
Ovid.
impulsive one.
Yeah. No. So Ovid asked Squirrel to take him to his brother, and so the squirrel actually so Ratatosk actually did deliver Ovid exactly where he asked to go.
Ratatosk gave people exactly where they needed to go, not where they wanted to go.
Right, and then Flare said Flare was basically like, I need to follow my brother, and was Delphi with Flare?
So Flare freaked out, because I think it was Ovid went first.
Yeah, no, I definitely
remember
went first.
Went
I was
second.
gone.
It was either Flare or Delphi, and I think it was Flare because Flare had a big old panic moment because they just watched their brother, who's the normally like very calm, very like rational member, just impulse gone, and they're like, take me to him, is what they said, because that was the verbal loop that Sky used to go and get me to go where I need. Which was not to go with Ovid.
Right.
Ovid got to go on his own adventure. Delphi said, "Hey,"
which thank God you did. You didn't go with Ovid.
Oh my
Good God,
Because
thank
doing that
God.
by myself would have been
You know what would have been so much
so
more?
bad.
Flare got sent where they needed to go and who needed them more, and it was Delphi. Because Delphi said, "Take me to the wolf," which was the plot that Flare conveniently forgot, and Player also completely forgot was happening. Cadha? Where did Cadha go?
Cadha went to Cadha went through all the trials.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cadha went through all the trials.
Yeah, it was take me to the apple. So
Take me
Cadha
to
was
the
dropped
apple.
on the inside of the vault holding the apple.
Mhm.
And she had to cross the 12 trials of the Olympian gods to get to the apple.
What, the apple of what?
The apple of Discordia.
Yeah, that one. You know, it's just a golden apple that got dropped on a table for the fairest goddess.
Right? Yeah.
That's
know,
all.
For the
A little
fairest.
harmless thing.
It only started the Trojan War, no biggie.
It's only
It's
a
also
simple apple of ambrosia.
I mean,
It's just a symbol of immortality.
It almost nearly destroyed the capital of Sakat.
It's
I don't
just
know
a
what you're
tool
talking
that
about.
turns to the shapes that you need it to, and Cadha turned it into a bell.
Yep. So Cadha found
Yeah.
out that
We don't all know about that.
we
That's something
The
players
only
know.
person,
So the
the only
party-
person in the party
Players
that
know,
knows about
characters
it.
don't.
So the party
Character
and
Flare
Cadha,
does.
The party and Cadha went into the vault with the understanding that the apple was a weapon of mass destruction. And Cadha was more than prepared to use it as such. And when she got through her trials and got to the apple, the hags appeared in front of her and tried to make an argument against her using it, you know, to do horrible things. Before Cadha even picked it up. Cadha had no idea what this apple really was. And they ended up showing her the baby elf that is currently crowned as Empress of the Elves. And Cadha's like, that's a sacrificial lamb, that's not a ruler.
She's
Great.
also like a Triton, which
Great,
is like
now
kind
I
of like a
can't-
mer person.
Yeah, she's like a water elf. So now Cadha's like, great, I can't justify... So she's having an internal dialogue of like, what the fuck do I do? I don't care what you hags say. I'm going to do what I need to do. Get out of my face. So the hags were like, I mean, it's your choice. You can do whatever you want. And they left. And Cadha was just like, no sussy. So sussy, no likey. So she picks up the apple and she's trying to figure out what the apple is. So she's staring at it. She's trying to figure out if it's something she eats, if it's something she, like, how use apple now that has apple. And she realizes that it's changing shape as she's trying to figure out what it is. So she imagines it as a musical instrument. And she finds out that it changes shape into whatever you want. And her entire perception of it changed in an instant of, this isn't a weapon. It was never meant to be a weapon. Why did people use it as a weapon? It's going in my hair now. So she turned it into a bell and tied it into her hair with the rest of the bells that are in her hair. And how she's going to use it is now in flux.
Right. And so while Cadha was doing that, Avrid got transported to exactly where he asked to be, which was where his brother was. Because up to this point, so the hags, like, outside of the Lotus Casino, which is where Avrid initially met the hags, and he was very, like, not cool with the whole unawareness of your inability to leave. So he was very suspicious of the hags. When we left that temple, the hags basically made an offer to Avrid that he could stay because, you know, they basically saw great sadness in him and they could see great joy also in him, and there was potential so that he could stay, and he said no. And they offered him that they knew where his brother was, and his brother was in the vault, which up to this point he believed that his brother had died, and they gave him the dagger, which was the master key to the entire vault. It will open any door in this vault. So they gifted him this.
Open any door, period.
Yeah, any door.
You know, it might. So in addition to giving him the dagger, unprompted, they restored recall, which up to this point she had actually been killed in the fight with the Beholder. So
she was MIA for a hot minute.
Yeah, well, we
didn't know if she was dead.
The Beholder had killed. Yeah, the Beholder had killed her. His anti-magic beam had incinerated her. So the hags restored recall to Avrid, and then also gifted him the dagger with no strings attached, which was very sus. And then he got to the vault. He asked to be taken to his brother, who he already knew was in the vault, and Radagast immediately delivered him exactly where he wanted to go, unlike everybody else. I mean, you got where you needed to go, but not where you asked to go.
No,
I you needed to go was it was like you got where you needed, and some of us were smart enough to ask to go there. Others were not.
You got where you needed, not where you asked to be.
No, with Vaso, he got exactly what he asked. Vaso asked Radagast that he needed to find a friend. He needed to talk to someone. He was talking about Vaso. That's exactly who he found.
Oh yeah, Vaso.
And when Cadha realized she had been left alone, unsupervised, she went, all right, Chaos Gremlin, take me to the apple.
Right.
The last person to go anywhere was Talia, because for once, Talia was not the most impulsive member of the party.
No, it was Cadha.
And,
Cadha was the last one.
I thought Talia stayed put and said that she wasn't going anywhere.
No, she ended up going somewhere before because I had technically missed session.
Oh, right.
So Cadha was left.
You did eventually go somewhere.
She was the last one there.
Vaso, tale of woe. You want to go on that story?
Tell us Vaso's side of this.
What do you mean? When he went to?
When he went to his other half.
So he went to see his other half, but his other half was essentially a creation created through the trials of Dionysus, which you are put into a state of insanity. This took the form of seeing himself, his other self, behind the set bar, this sort of plane of existence within his subconscious. But when he saw Vaso, he looked like soulless. He was empty. There was nothing there. His eyes were just completely white. He just looked drained, just standing there shaking a cocktail. and trying to connect with him again, saying that he's gonna find him, he's gonna send him back. It's this whole like him realizing that how much he actually really needs Vaso back, and
His
it's
humanity.
yeah, and
The
essentially that
little
was
voice in his head that doesn't say stab him
yeah.
immediately.
There's a lot more to it. There's a lot more to it that I still haven't RP'd yet in game. A lot more backstory revealing about Cadha. Osav's views of
Hi.
Cadha. That hasn't been revealed yet to you guys.
Hi.
But
I'm getting there. I
yeah,
gotta. That's
but
Ovid finds that out at the stone.
but yeah, it's just that him doing that, seeing himself, even though this wasn't quote unquote the real Vaso, the illusion was creating that this was who he was talking to in his subconscious, and he passed the test, thus opened the door and got out the chamber because he already has the chalice with him, so he doesn't really need to do this. It was nice, but I found something else that I needed. I can't wait to use it for you guys and to spark
God.
some trauma for Delphi.
Oh,
Oh no.
gods, we
Well,
didn't know about
more
that.
like for sticks
As
in
if-
general.
As
More
if
like for
I
sticks in
need,
general.
as
Because
if I
he's gonna
need
start looking like
any
another character that
more.
you like from a different franchise.
Hey, speaking of Delphi trauma,
As if I needed any more. Did Ovid finish their
oh shit, no,
adventure in the tree?
No, I did
Ovid's
not.
adventure,
Finish your adventure in the
is on
tree.
Delphi.
Okay, yeah. So speaking of Cadha backstory, but yeah, so Ovid ended up where he needed to be, which was actually the Prometheus stone that is kept in the vault, which is the most intact body of Prometheus, or as Ovid is informed, Odin. And when he arrives, Raka turns into her Valkyrie form. So she stands there as her as a Valkyrie to talk with him, and he finds his brother trapped in the stone. And while he is there, the three hags appear before him, and they tell him, or they show him through visions of the past, that up to this point, everything that us as players and our characters were aware of has in some form or fashion, at least related to Cadha and Avrid, in some form or fashion have been orchestrated by Loki.
Mm-hmm.
So from
My entire
the
life is
birth
a
of
lie.
right. So from the birth of Cadha, which is, Halfrida, which is Avrid's mother, and Matilda, which is Cadha's mother, who were friends, Loki stole basically the life essence out of Avrid's brother, who Halfrida was pregnant with, to ensure that Cadha stayed alive. And then when Halfrida gave birth to a stillborn, she called out for anybody to help her because she was so grief stricken. And Loki essentially was like, "Hey, I'm gonna, restore your child's life to you, but in exchange, you have to find me all the Prometheus stones." So, Avrid, unaware of all of this going on, his mother originally made the deal and was initially starting to collect the Prometheus stones. And then at some point, his brother Ondor found out about the deal and was pursuing trying to restore the Prometheus stone in the vault. And instead of being able to restore it the way he hoped, he got sucked into it, which up to this point has caused the daughters to be set upon his mother and his sister. And he made a deal with Loki to find the Prometheus stones, unaware that a deal was already in place that his family would restore them to begin with. So he sees all of this through visions as it happens, sees Cadha's life being restored, and sees his brother being trapped in the stone. And then the hags offer Avrid a deal of, if Avrid can basically erect a barrier and block the gods off from the realm of our world, they will help him and restore his brother out of the Prometheus stone. So Avrid makes the deal and is he gives up his paladin powers in exchange for warlock abilities. So, unknown to the party, Avrid has made a class change and he is now warlock. But yeah, so he has shown that he needs to acquire the trident from the elven princess. He needs to get the helm of Hades, which is currently held by the priest of Hades. And then
Sieging the
third
city
one
with undead.
was
And
the
then
third one was the
a
lightning of
lightning
Zeus.
bolt.
Right, which was the lightning of Zeus, which is already in possession of
Oh,
Cadha in
Take a
the
drink.
bagpipe.
We have to hydrate.
Hydrate.
No.
Oh, another hydrate.
And
yeah,
it looks like
so
Drums is leaving, so
Yeah,
Beep,
Drums is
that's
out.
fair.
Good night, Drums.
We're so close to finishing this.
We are
so
almost
close.
there. 3.5 hours
hey,
left.
that's what YouTube's for.
Yeah, that's what this is
that's
for.
what our VOD is for. To
But
get the
yeah,
rest of it.
so
many
the
rubber ducky noises.
three items that he has to acquire to erect this barrier so that the gods cannot interact with the mortal realm is the trident from the elven princess, the helm from the priest of Hades, who is currently wearing it, and then the lightning bolt of Zeus, which is in the bagpipes carried by Cadha. And in the course of this and all these visions, he was already he already knew that the bagpipes Cadha was carrying were Matilda's bagpipes, and it was more of a, did you steal them from a grave, or were you gifted them, or did you steal them from a person? He was kind of unsure about that. But then all of these visions confirmed that no, Cadha is actually the blood daughter of Matilda, and she is carrying the bagpipes of Matilda. Yeah, so he's now aware of all of that, and then he is
He thinks
transported.
Cadha is too, apparently.
Yeah, now Cadha's aware too. And then he is after he makes the deal, he is transported to the vault where Cadha and Vaso are also located at.
And Cadha was just being a nerd. She didn't touch anything. She was just reading plaques.
They were doing so good until Talia showed up. Delphi, shall we?
Sure.
Okay. Say where you wanted to go.
So I needed to find Skull, and the squirrel teleported us underwater.
Teleported you first. Well, no,
Did you go
not
underwater, or you went to?
we landed in
Oh
the
wait,
tree
yeah, we
first.
went to the tree first. We found
We got to the
Fenrir
roof of the
and
tree.
Tyr.
So
Yeah, we got to the roof of the tree.
Delphi gets teleported, Flair gets teleported, and Flair's like, not where I said. And then Delphi reminded Flair what they were supposed to be doing. They said, right.
Yeah, so
Gotcha.
we went into the cabin. We met with Fenrir and Tyr. We talked
Flair
for a
didn't
bit.
want to acknowledge it for a minute.
Turns out Skull and Hati are their children. So.
And so are dwarves.
And so we're dwarves.
So we're
apparently.
dwarves. Dwarves are also the children of Fenris and Tyr. A domestic situation. It's very cute.
We got taken.
So weird.
We found the squirrel again, and we were like, okay, take us to where Skull is, and then yeah, we teleported underwater.
We were given a portal, and it was Ratata's like, here's your portal, and Flair's like, before we walk in, can I have an exit card? And we got, I think, a bell to exit.
Yeah, we got a bell.
And I can't remember if we got a whistle or if the whistle just manifested.
I don't remember what.
No,
what
you were
else
gifted the whistle.
Yeah.
Was it Radicasca or was it?
We had two
Tyr?
items. One, right.
Was it Tyr?
So when we
Tyr
went to the
gave
house,
you the dog. Tyr gave you the whistle. I thought.
Yeah, Tyr gave us the whistle. So when we had tea with a family, Flair's like minded their business. They're like asking different things. Flair reasonably has nervousness to be around Fenris, who instantly clocks that Flair is the child of Tyr, and is just like roasting it. And Flair, being a little dramatic that they are, like reveals themselves and like freaks out their divine parent. Who
All
then
the
helps
single
them.
hand jokes that I can make.
I
All
would
the
love
single
for you
hand
to do
jokes.
one.
I'm waiting.
And just like there was a question on whether or not it was lineage on Luke because man hanging around the Fenris wolf and being a child of fear and not having an arm that's not precariously chopped off, and then finding out that you're also hanging out with two children of Loki who are also, because the Fenris wolf is a child of Loki, not really good on the likelihood of keeping an arm. It's apparently not hereditary curse, which is nice. But in this one, they were like, "Oh, hey, here's a wolf whistle."
Hey,
Quite literally. Don't blow it here because it'll make Fenris upset.
Quite literally. A wolf
Quite
whistle.
literally a wolf whistle.
I'm gonna go.
So Ratatosk has us. Flair unceremoniously and does not understand how to be slightest bit or any like high level divine entity. Like it's like Ratatosk, hey, I need to go someplace. And weirdly gets them to go and open a bell, and the bell is oh shit. We're gonna die. We go and get teleported underwater. There's like a bubble. Do we?
You gotta blow the whistle.
We had to blow a
bubble.
whistle to expand the bubble,
And you had to run.
Yeah, Flair
Mhm.
piggybacked because we walked in.
We
there was this
tried
light barrier.
we tried to go out first.
That didn't
And
work.
that was a mistake.
We got crushed by the weight of the ocean and then kicked back, and we said,
Such an error. Such an error on our part.
neither of them wanted to do this. Delphi piggybacked with the whistle, and Flair's like, okay, be full of hot air and blow.
Oh, there are so many jokes I could make. So many jokes. But I'm going to choose to not say any of them right now.
It's fine.
We all know.
We know. So.
But yeah, we managed to get there. And then
there's this underwater temple, and this guy that's like pinned against the wall, and they're just like cracked their magic glow stick. They're like, hey!
Yeah, and
what's your
that
name?
was who we were looking. That was who we were looking for.
Good night,
And,
Mojo.
Oh, good night, Mojo. But yeah, that's who we were looking for. And he's pinned down by a bunch of Apollo's arrows. And we tried to touch them, and they were boiling hot.
Nearly 8
so that wasn't gonna work. We couldn't cut them. And Delphi, I think at that point was just like, fuck it, what else? He just fucking grabs them and just absorbs all of these sun arrows.
Poor Del.
And he's like about to like implode, and I get pinned to a wall and just told to breathe, and it's like it's very hard to breathe when I'm pinned to a wall by a very attractive man, but that's besides the point.
By your throat.
By my throat.
It just said breathe, and it's just
and
like,
it's like, man, if this was
like,
it's like, man, if this was any other like context of situationship.
Six was living, okay?
Six was living. Delphi was trying to not implode with the full force of the sun. And eventually I calmed down. I think Del was just in shock at that point. And then we got teleported back. And then we had tea while everyone else had their vaulting.
Yeah. We did like the most effective, not the most like nice nursemaid style of being like, we're here to rescue you, like really great, like makes you feel good, like, but we were efficient.
Oh yeah, we were really efficient.
Tyr was very surprised when we came back. It was like, oh, you brought the kid back.
It didn't take us that long either. We were like, boop boop, hello.
And we're in and we're out.
We're in and we out.
But Talia went to the root of the tree. Talia, do you want to tell this part, or do you want me to tell this?
You could tell the part, because I can't remember. It's been a month.
It's been a month. So Talia goes to the root of the tree, to where we were having the serpent hang out down there. The serpent is also another fucking dragon, who is the embodiment of death. And Talia just like has a whole little like conversation with this dragon, who
turns
then
into a badass woman. Okay.
who turns into into a feminine form of another tiefling that the party very briefly met, which was Soul. And yeah, you weren't here for that. Now were ya? The player for Soul is also in this, and I got the most hype.
The owl 3, the 180 like head whip, like what?
What do you mean, Divine Mama was here? Death Lady comes out and she's like, "Hey, I am the equivalent of, like, in Greek mythology, Thanatos. So I am a harvester of the dead. And I really don't like it that the helm of Hades is being used to raise the dead and cause strife, because that's making my job hard. I took care of those guys. I don't want to reprocess them."
We didn't talk about that.
That's alright. I'm writing things down as we're talking.
It's fine. And one of the goals of it is, one, take some of them out to reap them, because you're good with death, was one of the conversations. And then also, I think it was, like, try and take the helm from that person, because they're abusing it. It shouldn't be in their hands anymore. Was, like, kind of the
Death essentially called a hit out on the priest of Hades, because he is misusing the helm of Hades.
And Talia said, "Oh shit, I'm already planning on doing that. Bet." And got a warlock level out of it.
All of her sorcerer levels were replaced with warlock levels because she completely severed her ties with her mother.
That too. That was the other important part. She despises her mother, if you haven't heard.
We don't talk about Mommy.
Mommy has a lot of mommy issues. It's fine. Reasonable mommy issues. Get locked on the moon for a couple of years. You'll develop them too.
Trying to kill my friends.
You were trying to kill my friends. Why?
No Chipotle
But
for
all
the
of
baby.
Talia's connection to Loki has been based with the dragon of Yggdrasil. And just like because Talia was treating death like a person, I was like, "Oh hey, how's it going? What's going on?" And then meets back up with Cadha, Vaso, and Avrid, because all of these events are like simultaneous. And that's when they're in the vault. And Talia has sticky fingers.
Yeah. And apparently, so, because, Mojo is a little meta. Love you, Mojo. A little meta. Mojo is aware of certain things that happen in the world that the rest of the party is not aware. So,
The perks of having political power.
Right. So there's apparently, untold scores of, what are they? Constructs? Yes, constructs that are in this vault guard the items in the vault. And while we're having our discussion, unawares of threats that lie within the vault, Talia gets fingers, grabs a shiny sword, at which point all of the constructs activate. And Avrid, using his warlock abilities that no one else is aware that he has at this point, manages to warp over to a doorway, open the doorway with my magic key that opens up all the doors, and we, by a hair, manage to escape all of the constructs in the vaults in a mad dash for the doorway, at which point Cadha basically reaches out and snatches something as well. So yeah, so we got out. Talia ended up with a sword that has a wish, like the wish spell. She has that in her back pocket, and then Cadha ended up with some armor. Does something.
Give me just a moment, I'll be right back.
And that's what you missed on... Well, not yet. eventually everybody gets back to the house.
Yes. I think from
still,
there,
and we're
yeah,
just-
from there we
we're
end
just
up back
hanging
at
out.
Fenrir and Tears.
We're
Yeah.
hanging out at Fenrir in Tears, and we haven't left the tree because
Right.
that's the only people who have briefly left the tree is because all of this has happened, and the group communicates and says, "Hey, so we've dealt with a lot of shit recently. These are all the different like cosmic level discoveries we've all independently made." Cadha and Flare go to another port to go and talk to Hephaestus, because Flare is the only one that has had like a deity like that. They're like, I don't think this deity is in trouble. And they end up going to the realm where there's just like all these mechanical creatures, and I can't remember which world it was. It's actually a D&D world. And it's just spellbinding with all of these machinations around us. And Hephaestus shows up. This is where we have a whole conversation with him being like, hey, lock the gods out, because the concern that we have, Loki is a little bit pulling a Christianity and observing all gods monotheism, to which our party in-game made a giant joke about how modern land of Pantheon. But Loki's motivation is, my children and I have a lot of everything, and I don't think we should suffer any further. And for that, yeah, I can see where you're going, babes. Not the great execution, but thoughts. And talking with, not only does it come to the conclusion that, yes, you could still talk to the gods, even if they walk, not meddle with the mortal plane as much. They would just be drastically reduced in their ability. And one of the other concerns that we had, rid of the gods, is those of non-human of this sever teeth, or demi-thief.
You keep cutting in and out.
No,
Okay,
no,
it's not just me. I couldn't figure out if it was just me or not.
I was going on such a good monologue.
Yeah, you kept going. You just kept cutting in and out. I don't know what's going on.
It's probably 10 minutes until midnight, and my computer and Discord have decided to make me a pumpkin. What all did you guys hear?
I mean, you're in the wrong server. You are in the wrong server and stream if you're about to turn into a pumpkin. You better run.
I know. The pumpkin is too powerful. But what did you guys hear?
Talking
the-
to Hephaestus.
Talking
And then
to Hephaestus.
everything after that about what you actually talked to Hephaestus about kind of was going in and out.
That's okay. I'm moving my mic slightly closer. So, Hephaestus confirmed that us locking away the gods would not destroy them. It would simply go and control.
Oh no, even add
them a little bit more. Like they would have to ask humanity.
Flare, pause. We've got an ad.
An ad. Fuck.
Sorry, I had to let the
and
dogs in.
chaos. Okay. So does everybody have the same ad, or do we have different ads?
I don't get ads.
Because you're a mod, and you're not.
Well, okay, but
okay,
wait, no. Well, I thought I was a mod, but maybe not.
It might be because King was gifted a subscription.
Yeah, I was
that could
gifted
be
a
it.
subscription at first.
Faye gifted a subscription the other day.
I should just set up a subscription.
Hi, puppy. Amazon Prime lets you subscribe for free.
I don't have Prime.
Okay.
I don't buy from them often enough to warrant it.
No, that's fair. We order from there all the time for work, so we just have it for work. Yeah.
Okay, my ad's over.
Ad is over.
I have Amazon muted, like, on pause payments right now because I really only use it when I'm getting ready for like a con. But I have my payments paused right now.
Yeah, Adobe keeps sending me like failure for payment, and I'm like, it's not a failure. I shut you off because I'm not using you right now, and I don't want to pay for a subscription that I'm not using right now.
Yep.
And it keeps saying, you haven't paid me.
So I forgot to tell you guys, I freaked out because there was a large caterpillar eating a leaf off of either my tomato or melon plant, and
Oh, is it green?
Matt had to get rid of it for me.
Was it a green
Good
one?
for Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah, those ones are I like them aesthetically. They're cool. I understand that they're really bad for plants. Like if you're intending like to
Yeah, they're
agriculturally, they're like very bad agriculturally for your plants.
Yep,
But
tomato worms.
aesthetically, they're so cool.
Yeah, it freaked me out. So I was like, oh my god.
Hey guys, is the ad over?
Yes, the ad is over.
Okay. So, things Hephaestus told us. Locking away the gods will not destroy them. It will just put like a barrier between the mortal plane and
It's like
the
a
gods.
pause.
It's
It
a
also
pause
won't
menu.
stop the world from spinning, because that was one of Cadha's concerns. She's like, without the gods, how does it keep working?
Like, how will the world continue? Another concern of 3 of the party members were like, hey, we're tieflings. By locking away the gods, will that fuck with our existence? Will that make us, like, lose our tiefling lineage? Will we stop being who we are and revert to something completely different? Which would be
Would that be
awful.
that bad?
It would be awful. It would be absolutely awful, Blair.
No, I said, I was like, Delphi just wakes up one morning completely human. He's never seen like what he looks like human. He just chooses what he looks like when he disguises himself. So he just wakes up one morning, she's like,
Jump scare.
jump scare.
But also during this, the
Hi, rookie.
the bagpipes are technically destroyed,
Yeah.
and replaced
Yeah,
with.
because Cadha didn't believe
That's
Ovid.
Nope.
Cadha
She
did
didn't
not
want
believe
to
Ovid.
believe Ovid. She didn't want to believe her entire life was a lie. And then
I mean,
Hephaestus
that's
is like,
fair.
yeah, no, it's in there. And she's just like,
He's like,
no.
yeah, I help. I see. This is intertwined with like Loki magic, but like I could undo that.
And Kate is at this point like, yeah, okay, just, I guess, sure. And now there's lightning in my veins.
Now there's lightning in Kata's vein, and I think that's about it. Like we have not gotten back. Oh, besides also that Flair knows about the apple, and Flair
Yeah,
has
Flair
tight lips.
knows.
Yeah.
Flair knows about the apple and asked about it and said like it's not my place to speak, and like why do you have that, and was told that hey it's a tool, and Flair and Kata have previously did everything like you know what, trust you on this. If you're gonna go and creep a crazy magical object in your hair, you say it's just
Which
a
is-
tool.
It's technically
Okay,
the second
yeah, so-
crazy magical object in her hair, because she still has
Second.
the madness medallion from Dionysus in
From
it too.
Dionysus. Yeah, so technically Ovid knows that Cato was going for the apple, but he doesn't know that she acquired it.
Nope, she
Yes.
told him it was gone when she got there. She went
Yeah,
through
and nobody...
Everybody else went through like 1 to 3 trials. She went through 12.
She went through all of them. And nobody... Actually, Ovid didn't go through any trials.
Oh yeah.
Ovid
I was
well, Ovid went through his own person, not go trial, but went through a person.
I went
And
through
I
a
think-
situation.
I think that is the end of
Oh,
where we
Kata
were.
did ask to go to Odin's throne, which she didn't realize was not the scrying stone that she thought it
Oh,
was.
right, you ended up at the pillar.
Yeah, she ended
So,
up
yeah,
with
so
Ovid's
you and-
brother. And she was
Yeah,
just like,
you and...
oops.
You guys all saw Ovid's brother
Yeah,
trapped
we
in
This
the
was
stone.
genuinely not where I thought this was gonna go. And Ovid's like, you knew, didn't you? She's like, no!
Right. Ovid's like, I've been sussing you for this entire trip, and then I get told, yeah, no, you're right. She's the daughter of Matilda. She's carrying around those bagpipes. By the way, the bagpipes have the lightning bolt of Zeus inside of them. Like, ugh. And now I'm just sitting here like, I know we gave Sky the like, hey, this is here for you to use whenever you want. I'm waiting for when they pull out that Paulfrida made a new cloth of
Yeah.
the Storm Singer. Like,
Yeah.
I'm
'cause
waiting for that to come out.
Because technically there are no tartans for the Storm Singer anymore. Because there's the one that was around the bagpipes, and then her other one before they went to the keep when Halfrida was split off from the party because she was pregnant. Matilda gave her tartan as like, hey, use this to keep warm. The baby's gonna need something to be wrapped in. So Avrid grew up with, well, didn't grow up. Avrid watched Amias grow up, dragging this tartan around like his blankie.
Yep.
And Matilda, after dropping the keep, she never wore her tartan again because she never felt she was worthy of it.
Right. And then Avrid came back from campaign 1 and was telling Halfrida about all of, like, everything and about all the people that he met. And she basically walked in there and started looming, like, set up the loom and started remaking a tartan specifically for the Storm Singer.
Mm-hmm.
Fully know, like, she didn't completely know that Cadha, like, she didn't know at that point that Cadha was Matilda's actual blood daughter, but with the knowledge of this bard that Avrid has met will take on the mantle of the Storm Singer, and this needs to be made for her. And then, then Halfrida steps in on Yule, being like, "Hey, bitch, I'm not dead."
Right, Matilda. After Mule, the party leaves, but Matilda swiped something off of Avrid, since he had been home recently enough, and she used it to go visit Halfrida and be like, "Hi, bitch, I'm not dead." Hi.
That was entertaining.
She really pulled a. Bet you thought you'd seen the last of me.
She did.
Well, and
Right?
the best part is Matilda has been cursed. So she should be about Avrid's age, probably like 18, 19 years older than him, and that's it. And so I see you. What took her out of service was she was cursed by, I'm gonna laugh if it turns out to be Zaman. She's cursed by a time wizard that aged her 200 years, because Matilda always claimed to be older than she was, because everybody kept taking her not seriously as a child, because she was a literal child.
Right.
So this time sorcerer thought 200 years would do it. He was going to age her into death, out of existence, done. But it just made her old. Because she's not actually as old as people thought she was. And so she went back as an elderly woman to help finish raising Cadha. Because originally she planned to just never go back into Cadha's life ever. And after she was aged and realized that nobody recognized her as the Storm Singer anymore, she was like, oh, fuck it, yeah, Storm Singer's dead. I'm gonna go raise my kid. Wait, I can't do that. I'm your weird elderly aunt. Welcome to my life. So, yeah. Matilda's been running around as a doddering old woman, and in current game time, she's pretty much gone senile. She's
old.
Yeah, she's got dementia. She'll just talk in circles.
Okay, so like when you describe Matilda like now, like how she is, I keep imagining Xavier from Wolverine. Like how the way they portrayed Professor Xavier in the final Wolverine movie. I
haven't
Logan?
seen it.
Logan, yeah, in Logan. So like they are very keyed in on what it would look like with a mutant having a psychic ability going through dementia. And someone being their caretaker. So it's very hard to watch at the beginning because it's like you're watching, someone growing up with X-Men and like identifying with the X-Men, like watching your hero going through, like, you have the professor clearly struggling, like he has lucid moments. He has moments where he's very aware, and then you watch him have other moments where he's not, and just having all this ability and power and unable to control it and unawares that he could be controlling it. Like when you describe Matilda, that's kind of the image I get, is like
Yeah.
So much power contained in their body, and they're not aware they should be controlling it, and they also aren't aware of how to control it any longer because they've kind of lost that.
Yeah.
And then they get it back. And they're like aware, like, oh my gosh, I caused this problem. I'm so sorry. Like, I don't understand why you're taking care of me. I don't understand why you're putting up with me. Like, put me out of my misery because I'm just a danger to everybody because I have all this like power within me and I am a risk.
Right. That's
kind of what I get when you talk about Matilda going crazy.
That's kind of the role that Garade is in. Garade is the one who he's also a war hero in his own right because he's also about Abrad's age. And he was active in the war. He became a pretty powerful military commander and then just was like, sorry guys, I'm going to retire to help take care of my elderly aunt. Deuces. And made a vow that he would see Matilda to the grave before he went back to his own military career. As long as Sky doesn't kill him off, he will eventually become Drot of the Grass Sea.
I love how we're over here like, as long as nothing bad.
Yeah.
It's the conflict between like having like organic D&D situations and like allowing the DM to like play and like control the game, and then we're over here like, but we have plans because we're world builders and we want things to
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We've lost everybody one by one.
Slowly they're all dropping. It's okay.
Well,
We've
it
been
is
going
like,
for like
what, midnight?
It is midnight.
It is midnight. We've been going for over 4 hours, but we are finally caught up to current time.
We are caught up, so next week we can make decisions.
Technically, Cadha already did. Because when Flair was talking about the mechanical world,
Mm-hmm.
I remember Sky saying that deals and agreements made in this world have extreme lasting effects.
Mm-hmm.
Cadha... Hephaestus got Cadha to agree to lock the gods up. And she actually said it out loud. She said, fine, I will lock them up. So
Excellent.
technically, Cadha has also agreed.
All right,
I'm
guys,
just like,
I'm
Ovid-
getting off.
All right,
Okay,
good
bye,
night, cheese.
Good night.
Like, Ovid
Love
doesn't...
you.
Mwah.
Mwah.
Get good sleeps.
You
Ovid
guys
doesn't...
should not stay up any later.
I know.
I don't have anywhere to be tomorrow.
Well,
I
okay,
do. I
besides
have to work
you,
tomorrow.
I don't.
but,
I don't
you know,
have anywhere to be tomorrow.
T has
needs
work.
to go to
He
bed.
needs to go to bed. Like, Ovid's, like, he's not like, oh, I want the destruction of the gods. But he's definitely like, I want the gods to stop meddling in mortal life. Like, to him, his entire family has been destroyed because the gods have meddled. Like, both his parents were involved in a war that took them from him. He never saw his father. By the time he ever met his mother, he was 100 years old, a grown adult as far as dwarves are concerned. And then she just walks into his life and expects everything to go well. And it's like, and then at the whim of God, again, gone. Now he's finding out because of deals made with gods. Like, because of a god meddling, his brother wouldn't have been born. And then because of a god's abilities, he is, but now his entire family is involved in a blood debt and a pact. And it's like, if the gods had just not meddled at all, like, he would have had his parents' entire life. He would have had, his brother would have been born. Who knows how many other siblings he would have had if, his father hadn't have died in the battle. And it's like, so it's like, no, 100%, the gods should stop meddling in mortal lives and leave us. Like, basically, if mortals are going to destroy themselves, let's leave them to it and stop meddling because you just want to meddle.
I mean,
So yeah.
I think it's really
Cadha's mildly
interesting.
thankful, because otherwise she wouldn't be alive.
Fair.
Yeah,
Fair.
that's the difference between, like, we all have our own stances. Like, Delphi, for the most part, doesn't have an issue, only because his entire life, gods haven't meddled in his life at all, which is where his anger comes from. Because it's like, why should I care? They haven't been here anyway. Like, my parents died, and they were devout worshippers of
Well, and that's
Apollo, and
kind
they
of
didn't
like
and they didn't do anything. Like, he
that's
didn't do
part of what Avrid's anger comes from is like his mother committed her entire life to Heimdall and what became of it. You know, she she abandoned all of her children except for Sig, really, honestly. Like she did abandon Amias with Avrid. So the only reason to Avrid for all of campaign 1, the only reason she stopped wasn't it was literally because she got injured and she could not continue campaigning. But it was like she committed her entire life to Heimdall. Like his father committed his life to Hades. And look what happened. Like his father never met his children at all, ever.
Nope.
Halfrida completely abandoned her children under the excuse of, oh, I'm following Heimdall's wishes. And then, you know, oh, I'm coming back. I'm just coming back now for like no real reason. And then Loki meddling. He's finding out now. Loki has meddled and basically dictated that his family have to do something, or apparently he'll just call out hits on random family members at will, which really just the flippancy of, oh yeah, I'm gonna call this hit out on your sister who has done nothing. Like, if the hit had been called out on Halfrida, Avrid would have been like, yeah, that makes sense. If it had been called on Avrid, he would have been like, you know, I get it. Like, I can deal with it. But it's like calling it out on Sig, who has done nothing up to this point except exist and try to make other people's lives better around her, and then to just so easily call it back off was really what kind of just set him as like the gods don't care. They do not care about mortals. We're just playthings for them, and whatever gets broken, they'll just toss aside and pick a new piece. So yeah, he's kind of like like
I think
had your chance and you didn't offer it, so I'm done.
And I think a sad part is that there are certain deities that do good, like Artemis and her island. So like, Del either sees that they don't meddle at all. So like, because like he has 2 examples right now that he's dealing with. He's got Apollo, who doesn't do jack shit unless it is in his best interest, and then he has Artemis, who he's seen the island. He wants to move to this island.
You want an adjacent island.
I would very much like to be adjacent to this island. I would like to be under the same protections, because I too don't. Because Delphi himself at this point is like, fuck Apollo, fuck everything he stands for. He's an asshole, and I don't like him. If he disappears, that's fine. He wasn't there to begin with for me. But I think he's also in the spot of like, okay, but if all the gods are locked away, what's going to happen to that island? Like, who's going to protect them there? Like, yes, Apollo will be gone, but if it's not a permanent thing, for how long? And is Apollo going to come back first and be like, ha, you know, that sort of thing. So that's where I think his moral thing about gods being gone permanently would be, because it's like, okay, yes, I feel like a lot of certain gods should definitely be gone, but there are others that, as far as we're aware, haven't really done anything. Like, there's Artemis. I don't think Aphrodite's done anything super terrible.
We haven't actually met Aphrodite yet.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
But that was after the orgy, so you weren't there.
Yeah, no, I was not there for that.
But
and then you have
I saw myself out.
Then you have Cadha, who has grown up with Matilda being like, Odin is everything, follow the gods, like, if you deny the gods, your life is going to be hell. Guarantee it. And so when her life is saved multiple times by Loki, And then Loki's like, hey, you didn't get to finish college, so why don't I finish it for you? So, like, her College of Lore is from Loki. Her music ability is from Matilda and Loki. Like, the gods have taken care of Cadha her whole life. She's only ever seen them as benevolent. And then to have it turned upside down on its head by Loki betraying them all, she's not okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we all have certain opinions that are gonna probably be a point of conflict. But I mean, I think Dell would be like, okay, yeah, certain ones need to fucking go. Like, he's definitely on board with getting rid of Loki. That is short, sweet, to the point. Fuck Loki, they can go.
Apollo?
I think his.
I love how you
Yeah,
immediately went for
Apollo.
Loki, and Apollo's just like over there.
Okay, well, again, Apollo hasn't really done anything. He's visited me in my dreams and have offered me a spot on Olympus. That's the majority of what he's done.
He did
so far.
imprison Helios.
He did imprison Helios, but again, that's not necessarily to me in particular or anyone that's close to me. And it's like, I just found out about Helios, so it's like, yeah, I'll save you when I get there, but
Yeah.
there's not really much I can do, and I mean, that's why I'm releasing this fucking wolf. But yeah,
like,
it's he is definitely on the side of like, yeah, Loki definitely is a problem and needs to go. Sorry, Cadha, but
I mean,
gotta
Cadha
go.
even admitted it at this point.
Yeah,
like, and
that's just where he's at. I think he would just be conflicted because it's like, okay, if all of them go, how long are they going to be gone? Because it's not a permanent thing.
Well, and it's also like Offred is kind of aware, but it's also like wants his brother back. He wants his family back and intact. And up to this point, the biggest threat to his family being together and being whole and, happy again have been the gods, as far as he is aware. But it's also kind of like, okay, so if you get rid of the gods, who fills the vacuum? Like, he's made a deal with the Fae. Whether or not they're the Fates, because I'm not 100% convinced that they're not.
Yeah, after they barged in on her in the vault, she even called them Norns. She's like, fucking Norns, get out of my face. And that's when they left.
Yeah, so like, but he has agreed to the Fae. We have confirmed that portals from other realms are being opened into our realm. Mm-hmm. So it's like, okay, if we get rid of the gods, even though they're meddling a lot in the lives of mortals and the politics of the world, exactly what happens when that power vacuum takes effect? Mm-hmm. Like, who is going to fill it? Are we going to end up with worse things? Are we going to end up with better things? Are we kind of... Because, like, he's very aware that things aren't going to be left, in limbo. Like, something's going to happen. But he's kind of he's kind of sitting at, as long as it's not affecting my family, I kind of don't care at this point. Because my family's been destroyed at this point because the gods have meddled in my life. So yeah, he's also kind of like, that's what I agreed to, but exactly how much do I have to fulfill of it? Because he's got like, Offred's kind of the opinion that the hags would barter. Like, if he was like, okay, I've got it, I can do it, I can build the wall, but can we negotiate who stays on this side and who stays on that side? Offred at the moment is kind of thinking that the hags would barter that. Like, if you could present to them, it would be forever. Like Styx said, Artemis has done nothing. She has protecting an island and like making sure a bunch of people are safe on her island. She's not affecting the rest of the world. She's just making sure this place is safe. So like Ovid's kind of the opinion that the hags, if he was like, okay, look, it's been erected, we're gonna put all of these people on the other side of the barrier, but it would be for the greater happiness if these certain deities stayed on our side of the veil. He thinks the hags would negotiate that versus calling it an ultimatum. So yeah, I don't know. We'll have to.
That's for the party to deal with in the future.
Right? Yeah.
Because if anything can be like worked out, because it's like he doesn't want to see Artemis go. He doesn't want to see that island be possibly put in more danger to people that he relates to a lot. Because
Right.
they are him in a sense. So I don't think he'd want to see them be put in any trouble just because Artemis is gone.
Right.
Whether he becomes the next deity to take the place, if he has to, he will. He doesn't want to because that's a lot of responsibility, but
We're playing D&D. Like, we signed up for a lot of responsibility.
I just think it'd be funny just to have Dell in a position of power over a whole bunch of people, and then being like, "Yeah, I'm probably gonna be the most safe person to be around because I don't like women. I like guys." It's like, don't worry, don't worry.
I got no interest in the tibbies.
I got no interest except to keep y'all safe. That is the level of my interest right now.
I have a feeling that if we wipe the gods, we're going to see demigods.
We're gonna see something else take
I
position.
think we're either going to see demis rise up and kind of take those positions, or we're going to see an invasion from the Fae. And that'll probably be campaign 3, is how to lock the fucking Fae away.
I mean, yeah. So we have at least one tangential side campaign, which will be when I get my shit together and we do the pirates. With the southern continent.
I'm kind of tempted to revive the pirate campaign I was gonna do.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just kind of change the world to be loose and do basically what we're doing with High Winds, where the game is very loose and wild. The novel picks and chooses from that.
Yeah. So I think at this point, my floating character is going to be Cleo. Because, like, I really want to play her, like, as an actual character. And so far, she's purely going to be an RP.
Yeah.
So
I've thought about trying to DM the Wild Company, but Matilda is such a involved character that I don't think I'd be able to DM it.
Like I think it just needs to be novel RP, and then like certain situations, like having like the entire
role for it, but
right, like the entire situation with the worm, like that was all role based, but it was very like condensed. So it was basically more like, okay, we rolled to see what kind of a monster we were fighting. We rolled to see the solutions of it, and here's what we got from it. And then we RP'd off of that versus like, yeah, we're gonna play this entire thing as a campaign, and we're gonna hope that we don't deviate, because it's like it has to match up with current campaign.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go get ready for Twink Tuesday.
Yeah, you gotta go play Genshin. I need to go to bed.
Genshin. You need to go to bed.
Okay, we can go ahead and wrap it up here for the night, because we've been going for almost 4.5 hours.
Pumpkin, my beloved, yes. I'm going to try and set up to do drawing tomorrow.
Ooh, what time?
Good question. You'll know when I wake up and have everything set up. It depends on if everything lines up the way I would want it to.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to figure out how to stream on iPad with OBS, but we're gonna plan with that.
Hold up, I got a program to share with you. It's called.
I also have a capture card over here that's still sitting in the box.
Oh yeah. Would a capture card work on my iPad?
It might. I mean, it has. I would Google it, but I mean, I think it might be HDMI and USB. Micro USB too.
Mhm.
I don't know. I haven't actually. There's a lot of dust.
I will. I'll Google it when I get back. But yeah, I will like at you and let you know what happens. But ye.
There you go. I just sent you the program I use to get my iPad onto OBS.
Thanks.
It basically dupes the iPad into thinking that your computer is a screen share option.
Okay.
Fun.
Fun.
Yeah, I gotta get my shit together.
Yeah. All right. I love you.
Love you too. Good night.
Good night. I'm gonna go kick some ass.
Do it.